We ka tīmata tātou, he karakia whaka.
Atamari koutou katoa ngā mema o te kaunihera o Kirikiri roa, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou, tēnei te mihi atu ki te manu kāhui, ni tō tātou rangatira lunch, ngā kai hāpai o te kaunihera, tēnei te mihi atu ki ngā kauri, ki ngā ringa, ngā rākau i roto i te ngahi. Ngā kai ripota, tēnei te mihi atu. I te kaihanga o te rangi me te whenua, koro wai te o mātou katoa i rungi i te aroha, ke hei koe i rungi ngā tongi kura, hei poporu te ihi, tamana, te wai te tapu. Ko koe te kaihanga o te rangi, ko koe te kaihanga o te whenua, tēnei mātou e tuku whakamoemiti ki a koe, ke arahi mātou i rungi i te aroha, ko kona whare ka kitea, ko kona nātou e kore e kitea. Nō reira, arahi te tangata, ke te tuki i ngā painga, mo te hāpori o Kirikiri roa, mo te hāpori o Waikato, mo Aotearoa whānau. Konei mātou tuku whakamoemiti i rungi te ingoa tō mātou kai whakawora. O ake. Amen. Tēnā koutou. Kia pai tō koutou rā.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Tammy. Before you go, can I just thank you, because I know it's the last meeting of the year, can I thank you very much for what you do for Council and opening our Council meetings, but also reminding us quite often with very special whakatokian words what we're here for. We really do appreciate the work that you do. Thank you. Have a great Christmas holiday break. All right, councillors. Apologies. We have apologies from Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Naidu-Rofe and Councillor Donovan in part. I'm happy to so move. Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds. All in favour? Opposed, carried. I don't really need that, do I? Do I need it? Is it see me? It's just... Oh, okay, sorry. So I don't need that? I don't need this one? Yeah, do it. Do whatever you need. Sorry, just setting myself up technologically wise. Come on. Where am I? Yep, there. Do you want to set it up? All right, confirmation of the agenda. It is as we are, in fact, going to move the item on founders, which is item where? 19, thank you. It's on the other page. Up to after the public forum, and everything else will proceed as explained. All in favour?
Aye.
Okay, excellent. All right. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest on matters before us today? Very interested in everything we're doing. That's how we like it. Thank you, Mark. So now we'll move on to public forum, and we have just two speakers that I'm aware of wishing to speak to us on the Founders Theatre item. And first of all, we welcome past Mayor Margaret Evans, who's up on the board there in the role of mayor somewhere, aren't you? Yep. Welcome. Always good to have you back in the chamber. Must feel like familiar ground.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and kia ora koutou to everybody, councillors, season's greetings, and staff as well. Founders, like absolutely everybody else, we've been affected by COVID, but we're all moving on. If you turn to page, I think it's 478 of your agenda, you will see the letter that we sent in. The only amendment, and Mayor Paula, I know you're aware of it, Sean's aware of it, and Lance is aware of it. We now have approval in principle from one of the major payers that we've been working with. The second major payer that we have not been able to finalise a deal with is because, of course, they were due to come and have a look through the founders the day before the last lockdown. And we haven't been able to get access since then, but we're still hoping that that will occur over the next month or so. Fingers crossed, we're very optimistic. So this is really terribly simple. We're saying, please give us more time. We are very confident on all the points that we raised with you in the beginning. The first point is, and it's been mentioned to me again today, there is a grave shortage of community space at realistic prices in the city, and we are certainly taking that into account. There's also a shortage of spaces, again, with the dollar signs associated for rehearsal space. We anticipate that we can accommodate as many as 40 different community groups. One of the challenges that we currently face, which I've checked with some of you, is that depending on whether we have these two major dovetailing partners in this, whether we have a flat auditorium floor, a bit like a black box, or whether we retain the sloped one, and the jury will be out on that until we finalise the people that we're working with. I want to also say that I was in New Plymouth last week, and I went and had another look at the Len Lyon, the Govett Brewster. And if anybody needs a reminder of what can be done with an old theatre, that's the Govett Brewster. And, you know, I stood in that place and I thought to myself, you know, when you've got a big, strong old building, it's amazing what you can do with it with a bit of creativity, and certainly if you've got some usage in mind. Now, the last thing I want to say, there has been quite a lot of chat about 20 million or 25 million being the cost that you faced in doing up the Founders. Now, Sean is amongst those who have said to me and reminded me, if you go back to your original reports, that was to expand the Founders as well as fix it up. And that explains why we are talking only 10 million. In fact, we had an estimate of $1 million for earthquake proofing. We can't refine that until we know exactly what we are deciding on for the upgrade of the Founders. And I'll give you another thought here. With the earthquake proofing technical possibilities today, we can put a mezzanine floor. And there are those, particularly the theatre groups in town, that would love to see that mezzanine cater for dining while you're watching whatever is happening in the ground floor. And we think that's a great idea. But that's also something that is technically needing some further work. It's also costs. So really, that's all I want to say. We think it's an exciting project. We're just saying, please give us a bit more time.
Thank you. I think we do have some questions. And in the interest of this being an important item, I will take those questions. Councillor Bunting is first.
I'm actually just wondering, Your Worship, if there will be an opportunity to question Margaret during the item.
No.
It's not? Okay.
No.
In that case, I'll ask now. Thank you. Thanks for your enthusiasm, etc. What interests me is, after it's built and up and going, what the operational costs will be to council. And that, I assume, would be on council, or is that baked into some of the fundraising?
Sean has raised that with us. And, of course, it's how long's a piece of string. At the moment, both of the major parties that we are dealing with would be operating their own, that's my phone, just ignore it, nice Chinese sound though. Both of these two parties would be operating their own spaces.
Right.
So that would reduce the operating costs for the whole thing. We do not envisage a very costly management exercise. We're talking about maybe one manager. The community sector pays, again, depending on who that accommodates, that will determine the cost.
So, and just finally, thanks.
We've got very sharp pencils as the real answer.
Nice to hear. Nice to hear. And secondly, will this be ready? Should we give this extension today? Will the report be ready?
We will make sure you get an update by the 31st. And that depends on whether or not we can get this other player in the theatre, get the designs. We will certainly be able to give you an advanced report by the end of March.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Nice to see you, Margaret. Look, my questions are going to focus on where you're at with your current funding for the proposal. As you'll know from discussions in the past, there was a clearly expressed position that council wasn't in the position to provide funding other than the Founders Theatre as it is, and potentially some contribution from the money that we would have used to demolish the Founders. So could you give me a meaningful update as to what funds and from whom those funds have come from?
Firstly, we don't anticipating asking the council for any capital, apart from what might be involved in the 3 point whatever it is million you already have in the budget. And I make a point there. COVID has influenced our discussions on the design. We want to make very, very sure there's much more outdoor-indoor connection and outdoor-indoor space. That then links us much more with the Western Town Belt and with council's interests. That's the first point. I cannot disclose either of these two major parties that we're dealing with, but I can assure you that the first one in which we have approval in principle is currently talking around about $4 million. We explained, and as I said, that will go towards their part of developing the facilities. We explained to you right from the outset that this is chicken and egg. Until we have a final design, we cannot confirm funding from the various philanthropic trusts, from lotteries and places like that. But be assured we've been having discussions with them and we've been keeping them informed. And since we've told you there's a ring around 10 million, we are supremely confident.
So in light
And
of...
the architects and people so far are pro bono.
Wonderful. As you know, I've historically been a supporter, and I know a lot of my colleagues, there is a question, a lot of my colleagues in providing the current extension that finishes at the end of this month were convinced to do so on the basis of yourself and the undertaking that we were going to have a meaningful proposal to digest.
So you're getting to the question.
My question is, although you've said the funders must remain confidential, had you thought of, at least in confidence, providing any documentation or any confirmation from them to council, even if it's to the chief executive, to give us some comfort that you know that's going to come?
I think the point's made there.
I would be prepared to discuss that with them, and I would presume it would be the mayor and probably the chief executive, but I would need their approval for that.
And
This is
quickly, Your
commercially
Worship,
sensitive.
do you
I'm
think
very
that-
well aware also, I'll say this, Ewan, that Kelvin is here, and there is this continuing suggestion that this is going to impact on the new regional theatre. From the outset, we have said...
Okay, we're going off straight into debate now. I just want to, it's just questions for clarity, sorry, Margaret, at this point, because we will go into the next item in debate. So last question, Ewan.
Yeah, last question, very quickly. Would it be possible to ask the party's permission and provide that information to Her Worship and the Chief Executive, of which I just simply need to know they've been told, prior to us voting on this today?
No. Well, I mean, I can't guarantee that because I'd have to contact them.
Okay.
And as you can imagine, there are not individual people who can speak necessarily.
So there's 3 more questions for
Thank you.
today, I believe, and we just
But this money is not
just-
available to Momentum.
Councillors, if we can go directly to the question, because I am being a bit indulgent here to allow this happen at this point in time, so we just wanted to be aware of it. I've got Rob, Sarah and Ryan and Martin, but keep them to questions, please.
Thanks, Mayor Paula, and thanks, Margaret, for your continuing work on this. I promise one very quick question. I note in the motion that the council approved on the 4th of May during our LTP that we were expecting a full and final report before the end of December, as Councillor Ewan has alluded to. What's concerning me in your request for the extension is that you're suggesting maybe an interim proposal before the 31st of March 2022. Are you able to give us some indication as to when there might be a final proposal, which is the one we asked for the end of December?
There's two elements to that. We will notify you immediately we have an MOU with these two parties, because we believe their combination will enable us to then direct the architects to do the design, finalise the design. Once the design is finalised, we can then have costings. We can then come back to you, and because the architects and engineers are very interested in the project, we think that can happen very quickly. So that's why we're saying the target is 31st of March, but because, as we've explained to you in the past, most of the major funders run annual funding. So if we need a top-up beyond what we have gathered to that stage, we have to decide whether we take a risk or whether we say to you, look, we need another couple of million. We would like a bit more time to achieve that. And we don't think that's unreasonable.
So that's clear.
So a very quick follow-on question. How quickly do you think you will get a nod from the funders? You know, are we expected to wait till the 31st of March, or do you think that it's so close you may be able to tell us by the middle of January?
You mean the two partners?
Yeah, which means that you've got a memorandum of understanding.
We anticipate the one in principle will be by the end of January, and the other one will be very quickly, as soon as we can get them into the building. And we're just working on trying to get that organised.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sarah, question, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Margaret, for coming in to present. Councillor Ewan asked around council contributions, and I just wasn't clear on your answer at the time. In terms of any see this particular project relying on council contributions, did you say that you would still be looking at what's being proposed, some of the funding that's being proposed for West Town Belt, or are you saying that this is able to be achieved without any contribution?
Let me try and make it as clearly as I can. My understanding of the council resolution is that you are focused on the Western Town Belt. We are saying, as we said then, this building is in the Western Town Belt. Our proposal relates to the building itself, but the building connects with the land. And particularly because of COVID, we have been reminded of how important the indoor-outdoor connections are. So, for instance, if it's agreed, and you would be part of the discussions, that some of the landscaping on the outside, and we've talked about Hilda Ross Fountain, but we're already talking about things like extending public art, things like that. We would assume that the council would contemplate making contributions towards that. We're not talking about...
Okay, so you're talking about outdoor landscaping, which is essentially what that funding is basically purpose for at the moment, rather than expecting it, rather than it necessarily going towards buildings. So it would be outdoor landscaping.
Yeah, mind you, these things are always up for negotiation. When you see the plans, we would expect you to have a say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We're going to just quickly move through. Oh,
thank you.
Councillor Hamilton's gone. So Councillor Gallagher, and I know you're passionate about this project, so just questions, please.
To our former mayor, there is some notion that somehow this project has some competition element with the Waikato Regional Theatre. Can you just clarify that?
We've said from the outset, and Kelvin, I've said this to him time and time again, no. The proposed regional theatre, as we all know, is going to be a magnificent facility for the city, for big shows and some associated events. This restoration of the Founders is for the community. These are for grassroots level activities, performance, exhibitions. There will be no competition at all. And as I pointed out, we all realise that there's a need for more money for the regional theatre. The money that we are talking about for the Founders would not be accessible for the regional theatre.
Thank you, thank you. That's all.
And that's not because the people that we're dealing with don't like the regional theatre. It's because it's for an entirely different purpose.
Thank you, and we've understood that. So thank you very much. That's all of the questions for now. Thank you, Margaret, and thanks for coming in. Our second speaker in open forum is Kelvin from the Waikato Regional Theatre Momentum Trust.
No, just in case the program is looking on, get a ride and shot. And use it any time. No,
Not today. Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi kia te koutou. Thank you for the opportunity, councillors, your worship, and team. Look, from the outset, we want to be very clear, we are neutral on the future of Founders. We're not here to suggest that the Founders shouldn't be kept or whatever. It is about the purpose of Founders that we want to bring to your attention today, and that's what we're very, very clear on. So the regional, also apologies from Ross Hargood, Chairman of the Property Trust, and Belinda Mulgrew, they are unable to attend today. So the Waikato Regional Property Trust offers its appreciation and thanks to you all for your ongoing partnership with the Hamilton City Council to develop the Waikato Regional Theatre. This partnership, and alongside the trustees, is a commitment to a theatre as a transformational project for the CBD, the communities of Hamilton and Waikato, the performing arts industry, and as part of the strategic priority for the CBD, the Central City Transformation Plan, and for investment alongside other strategic assets like the Hamilton Gardens, the zoo, Waiwhakariki, which are also going through fundraising in terms of the amounts that are available to be raised from the city. We are therefore obliged to reluctantly express our concern that around Council's decision to support and therefore imply legitimacy to retain the Founders Theatre as a town hall and the associated activities. The retention of the Founders as any kind of event venue, performance venue, rehearsal, town hall activity is a direct and significant challenge to the viability of the business plan of the Waikato Regional Theatre, which was premised on a partnership with Hamilton City Council of 60-40 being community and professional commercial input. The feasibility of the new theatre's operation is predicated on its program, including community events such as prize givings, graduations and seminars, the very town hall activities being proposed for Founders. We don't have an issue if Founders is retained. We're saying that the proposed activity by which that is retained should not be in competition with the partnership we have with you and your $25 million investment into that partnership. The Founders' proposal on activities and use is a material compromise to Council's significant investment in the theatre through its cornerstone funding and principle on maintenance development. The Waikato Regional Theatre will be a crucial element in the city's performing arts facility ecosystem, including schools, auditoriums, the Meteor, the Academy of Performing Arts, Claret Street Theatre and Riverlea. As such, Momentum is funding a strategy around maximising utilisation of those facilities for community rehearsal space and all of those activities to ensure maximisation in terms of a hierarchy of facilities within the city. That has never included Founders because the intent was that Founders would not exist to provide that level of activity. By directly competing on seating capacity and events, resurrecting the Founders as a town hall type activity contradicts the very basis by which the theatre was devised in partnership with Council and our respective funding agencies and has since been supported by partners and funders. We're happy to speak about this more and expand on questions. Council has been very clear that there is no funding available for operations or further capital for the theatre. Our experience and our business plan currently tells us that facilities require some form of commercial input to remain viable. We would be aggrieved if Council were to find support for founders as per this request under this proposal as capital development or operational subsidy, particularly given the activities mentioned above form part of the existing business case for your investment in the theatre. I'm happy to take questions, Your Worship.
Thank you. No, sorry, I was just writing myself a note. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Calvin, thanks for your submission. So what you're really saying is the founder's proposal, as it stands, would threaten the viability of the Waikato Regional Theatre.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been very clear every time we've presented to Council that even under a 60-40 split of community and professional and commercial input, we still need to require to find around $200,000 of sponsorship and ongoing underwrite funding. So any other, and remember the basis of that was that we would also work with the Meteor and Clarence Street and the university and others and schools to ensure we can manage and actually provide Hamilton as a centre for performing arts, because we would have a better utilisation of those facilities. So certainly any other unplanned access for similar activities would be in direct competition and then would further exacerbate that whole.
Right. So when you say unplanned, have you had any involvement in the founder's plan? Has Momentum been approached about it, or
not at all? I mean, we've had informal discussions when we've caught up with Margaret informally and Toti, but we've had no input to our plan. And our feasibility plan and our ongoing operations update has been available publicly for some time.
Thank you.
Councillor Bunting?
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. My question is around the community participation.
Yep.
So the undertaking, I presume, is that your Clarence and Meteors, etc., will be rehearsal spaces.
Yep.
Yeah. Is there going to be a community rate for performances?
Yep, there is. So we're working through that final costings right now. So in fact, I've just left a meeting of the technical team from H3 and others who are in our office right now going through the structures, the costings and the equipment required to be able to work out through what that community rate will be.
Okay.
But you'll recall 4 years ago when we started the consultation that we spoke and went out to the community groups. We spoke about things like town hall graduations, presentations, delivery, and the concept was that the theatre would be part of the strategic assets to support the strategic idea from Council to revive the CBD.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. But I'm perhaps more thinking of expo space. Because I know we constantly, I'll speak about this later, putting pressure on Sean to make money out of Clawlands.
Yes.
And we get approached by community groups who want a community rate which we can't provide.
Yep.
Which is where potentially I could see the founders helping out. Can you think of any other space that we could look at?
No, as I've said, we're happy that founders we're neutral on the retention. It's about the use of founders as a viable operation, and not as a performance space. But as if it was an expo space, go for your life.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all for me. Thanks, Mayor Paul. Thanks, Kel.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Hi, Kelvin.
Hi, Dave.
Thinking back to when Momentum first came to us, the proposal,
Yep.
Hamilton had a population about 20,000 less than what it's got now.
True.
And we've really developed our thinking as a city that we're part of a sub-region which really has got a population of about 300,000.
Yep.
And every other usable indoor space that we've got is under pressure for use. So I'm not asking you, I understand your point, Mark, saying, do you think we're growing faster than planned, and we have been for a long time now. Do you think that there's room for 2 or more spaces that maybe have some overlap with the different focuses, perhaps, but some overlap?
Yeah.
And you're worried about the overlap from what you're telling us.
Yeah, I think there is availability of space and better utilisation of the existing spaces. I think if you're talking about future-proofing, the question comes back to why we developed the theatre in the first place, which was, do you want to invest that level of money into a 60-year, which will by then be a 70-year-old building that perhaps doesn't fit that purpose, or do you invest in something slightly newer somewhere else to achieve that across the city? So I take your point. If your growth and is there future-proofing in that and is found as the right place,
Okay.
I'm open to that, but it's not, again, a question comes down to why would you do it there? But yeah,
Okay.
we think there is plenty of, sorry, just on the business plan, on that issue of numbers, the business plan is predicated on seat numbers and events being at about 80% capacity. So there is capacity to take up that growth initially for the next 5 to 10 years. Beyond that is probably a fair question.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
So I am thinking medium
Yeah.
to longer term.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, no, fair call, yep.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher?
The regional theatre, what's your population base? What is it designed to serve in terms of population?
So it's always been the Waikato Regional first, but it's actually within that 90-mile drive time. So in the 90-minute drive time, 90-minute drive time, you're talking over half the country's population.
So what population is that?
Or half the country's population is, if it's 5, it's 2.5 million.
So when the Founders was first opened and developed, I think the city population was about 45,000. Are you honestly saying that this is going to be serious competition?
Absolutely. If you look at it's not about the numbers of the population that serve the seats, it's about the actual capacity that was utilised. And you can't tell me that Founders was utilised at that capacity all the time. I mean, the whole premise of spending the regional theatre development to provide this activity is that it is designed to be multi-purpose, so that within an hour we can change in and out the activities that are provided for there. You can't do that at Founders.
We aspire to eventually be the second largest metro. I think probably we might make being the third largest metro. So if we compare ourselves with Wellington, Christchurch, Dunedin, I'm sorry, do they just have only one venue?
Well, we don't only have one venue, we have multiple venues at the moment.
Yes, but the point I'm making is would they...
With questions of clarity, to ask questions of clarity on what Kelvin has put up. It's not
just a
debate.
final, if I may, just a final helpful question. Obviously, I note your concerns very clearly. If the staff recommendation or whatever is upheld, then of course you, as Momentum, would have the final opportunity once the final proposal came into this council to obviously make commentary then.
Yeah, we've been very neutral on the use of Founders in the future or the extension today.
Made that clear. Thank you.
And you're very open to talk, obviously, further dialogue with Toti as well in terms of your concerns.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We welcome it.
Excellent. So, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paul. Calvin, good to see you.
Good to see you.
2 questions. Do you believe someone can be a supporter of the Founders Theatre in its ongoing existence and the Waikato Regional Theatre?
Yep.
Thank you. In your commercial experience, and you have significant commercial experience, do you think competition in the marketplace is positive or negative?
That's an interesting question when you come to the entertainment sector, because you're asking us to provide, if we were just going out commercially, no problem. But we're not. You've asked us to do commercial and community. So that provides a very different perspective. It's the role of council, isn't it, to provide public good service. So you're asking us to subsidise for community access. Now, when you have to do that and utilise bookends and enable that to occur, and as I've said, we know that our business operations will still run at a loss of around 200,000, which we've got sponsors lined up for. So in terms of, is it good if we were just being competitive? If we were just running as a commercial, no problem. But we're not. We're not that at all. So we have to provide,
Okay.
we don't want to have competition in the same
this line of
space.
questioning leads to debate. I
Yep.
think it's actually quite clear, because you're saying you're not opposed to some redevelopment of Founders, you just don't want those competing matters covered.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. I think we've done a pretty good round of questions, actually, and thank you both for coming in. And we are going to go into this item now, so you're welcome to stay and listen to the debate.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a cup of tea.
Okay, councillors, we are in fact going to item 19, which is the founder's proposition. And just note that I have an amendment that I wouldn't mind coming up at the right time.
I'm happy to move the original staff recommendation.
Well, I've moved.
Oh, sorry?
Yeah, we've put a motion up. You could be the amendment of the staff one if you like.
Your Worship, I just want to raise the procedural matter.
Yeah.
You said in your statement that
I
you're
know.
moving an amendment. So as chair, I think it would be more becoming to accept that the motion being Councillor
Loose
Gallagher's.
language, wasn't it? I had a motion, but anyway, okay, I'm happy. It can go as the amendment. It doesn't
Thank you.
matter.
I think that's very good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Are we going to see that while the
It's coming up now. Coming up now. So Sean, while you're
Yes, thank you. Look, in introducing this paper, if I could just clarify that the content of the paper and the recommendation is quite simply to seek approval for an extension for Toti to come back to council with their full plan to the 31st of March. It wasn't intended, although the earlier discussion has been very useful, to actually get into a debate or a discussion on the merits of the proposal or anything else. It was simply aimed at seeking approval to give an extension of time given the COVID circumstance. So happy to take any questions.
okay. Let's go through any questions that there are. We'll just get the motion up. Pardon? Do we have a second of Councillor Gallagher, please? Do we have a second? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've got questions. So I just wanted to get this up first, so everyone can see it. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, just on to Sean. Sean, 31st of March, that gives us enough time to, if there are any juggling with the annual plan, to get some figures, amended figures into that process, does it?
Not really, no. I think we have budget in place in the annual plan for holding founders for a couple more years. There's also budget in place through Parks and Open Spaces for the rectification of the land under the West Town Belt Master Plan if required. That's already provided for. So the delay of 3 months doesn't add to anything that's already in train.
The assumption built in is that there's not going to be a budget change of any sort.
Correct. If there were a decision on 31 March, for example, or thereabouts, that council took to support the proposal from Toti and extra funding was required over and above what is already provided, then that would be an out of budget decision that council would have to make in the context of the annual plan.
But is there time to factor that in before we have to make the rating decisions?
It'll be pretty touch and go, to be perfectly honest, because of the annual plan schedule.
Councillor,
legally
it's a little bit hard to hear when there's a little bit of talk going on the side.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's all right. Carry on, Dave.
It could be done. The date's going to work,
Yeah.
no matter what the outcome is.
Sean Hickey's the annual plan man, so I'm just eyeing him up, and he's looking eagle-eyed at his screen, so I think he's looking at the timeframes, but it could be accommodated.
Thanks.
Bit challenging. Yeah.
Okay, we've got some questions. Before we do, you can just, I think my amendment is pretty self-evident. It's allowing that extension of time, but to come back with a much fuller and final proposition in March, subject to all the conversation and the detail, and that we can't keep extending endlessly projects like this. We'll have to have a final destination, and so I'm putting that no further extension to this deadline will be granted. In the debate, if you like, I'm happy to put the motion in parts if there was somebody who wanted to support A and B but not C.
Your Worship, I have a procedural question.
Procedural?
The amendment.
Yeah.
Would you, if the amendment was to be incorporated in the motion just with the removal of final design, so agreeing the funded business case for the development, and C notes that no further extension to this deadline, would you accept that being incorporated in the motion?
The final design is pretty important to me. We've got to get to the pointy end. We've got to get to the point. We've got a what do you call it? A concept design at the moment, which has been recirculated in this agenda. I want to see a much more finalised proposal. But look, if in the debate that doesn't find agreement with people, I can change my mind. I've done that before. Understood? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And as we go through questions, and I feel what in the debate, things can change. Of course.
Your Worship, I point out that final design would is quite places a huge onus on TOTI in light of the time frame, because final design is all encapsulating. Is that truly what you're striving?
I want to know what's being built and how much it's going to be cost and where the funding is. That's
Right.
quite clear.
Your Worship, in light of our most recent experience at the Waikato Regional Theatre, where, of course, this council had thought they had a final design, and due to many iterations of planning and other outside factors, those designs have evolved. Surely one would learn from that experience and apply that learning here.
What is your alternative
As
words?
I've
Because
said,
I want a design that has moved somewhat from where it is now. I want to see what they're proposing to build, subject to things changing, and we understand
what about
that.
a clear design? Because I'm just trying to get rid of the word final as final concept.
To include final concept design?
I would be happy with that.
Everybody happy with that? Okay,
In which case, if the mover of the motion would incorporate that into the motion, then there's only one issue to debate, Your Worship.
I can't see, because that is prescribing, that is prescribing there's a procedural issue there. This meeting should not be able to bind in any way, shape or form what happens in March. I'm not predicting what will happen in March, but clearly you'll make that call about extension.
Well, I'd like to leave it as B. It'll be tested through the debate.
Yeah, debate, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we're quite close in the debate. We'll sort that out. Let's go through...
parts.
Yeah,
and that's quite a good suggestion in order to be able to
we
deal
will
with
do that. We'll take it in parts. So going to go through the questions now, if I may.
So procedurally, Mayor Paul, I'm seconder of the motion.
Yeah.
I just need to have a quick word with the mover of the motion. So can I maybe call for a 1 minute time so I can get over there and talk with Martin?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
Part of our motion, but whether you want to do that as a...
No, I'd rather keep it as part of a suite of motions. You could remove your motion and knowing that, and I'll take it in parts, A, B and C.
All right, I'll remove my motion, all right? And then on the basis that you're going to vote for, you'll take the votes in
I'll take
part.
them as separate.
Separate, all right?
I think that's the cleanest way to go. Let's go through the questions anyway.
I had my hand up. I'm not sure.
Yes, I have, Sarah. Hang on. We've got about 5 questions here. I will come to you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And I think my question is still relevant after the removal of the motion. And that's a question of Sean. Are you comfortable in terms of the discussions that you've had with TOTI since May when this motion was initially passed, and the fact that we might only be getting an interim proposal if the extension is granted? Are you comfortable that there's been and I know we've had a lockdown, but the lockdown has only been for 2 to 3 months of those 7 months. Are you comfortable that the process that's been followed has been in line with the May motion?
Look, I think the process has been followed. I think the issue is really that we need to draw a line at some stage as to when we're going to have a clear, proposal to us. And I think that is the challenge that we face, and is when do we get the clear proposal with all of the detail, because the time just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling in terms of what we're doing with Founders, which has been closed since 2016. So I would like to think that it's possible to have something much, much more definitive.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's my question.
Sorry, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Question for Governance Manager. If both the motions are voted down, what is the status quo on the situation?
Sean, can you what's the status quo?
Can't hear you, Becca. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just double checking with Sean. What's the motion on the table?
Well, if the motion isn't passed at all...
Be the 4th of May motion, resolutions which are on page 401 of the report. That would be my understanding.
Yeah, which means that the deadline of 31 December holds.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Sarah. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I was just going to ask the mover and seconder of motion 2 whether, to try and bring things closer together, they would consider something along the lines that council notes its strong preference that no further extension to the deadline being granted to remove the issue of precluding or future council decisions, but noting a strong preference that this is the last extension.
No, I'm not prepared to make that change. People can exercise their vote as to whether they think this should be the final presentation or not. Sarah.
Thanks.
Sorry, but that's the answer to that one. Councillor Van Oosten.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Councillor McPherson.
Yeah. A question to the Governance Manager on motion 2. Could you confirm that regardless of whether that if that motion was passed now, motion 2, that this council or another council legally, if it had the right numbers, could change that decision at any time?
Yes, that is possible.
No extension.
In other words, it's an expression of intent, not a legal end point. Thanks.
It's a signal, a clear signal.
Signal, yeah, but it can't bind council. Thanks.
Sorry. Yeah.
Follow-on question to that. If neither of those motions up there are passed, then the motion of the 4th to the 6th of May remains. Is that, and that is a final decision that the deadline expires on the 31st of December.
Correct.
So that is a further answer to Councillor Dave's question.
Yes.
That we couldn't go back and rescind that.
Correct.
Post the 31st of December.
The council could revoke the decision.
Could revoke this one, but not the earlier one. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Actually, it's not so much about the procedure of what we're doing today, but it's actually, should this happen, should the concept come in, should we like the concept and should we go with the concept, would this fall under H3?
Yeah, and you've surprised me with that question. I don't believe it would. My understanding is it would be very much a community-orientated venture and it would be run by a separate organisation. So unless Toti wanted to propose otherwise, that has never been my expectation.
So it'd be more in line with the Clarence Street Theatre?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. No, that's cool. Thank you. Thanks, Sean. That's it. Great question. Good answer.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. All right. No, nothing going on here. Just checking some details. Sean, it's 100. Am I right in saying it's $140,000 a year? Councillors, is it $140,000 a year
Yeah,
to
roughly, give or
keep
take,
it standing?
in terms of the holding costs, correct.
So how much does it cost us altogether then?
Well, since 2016, we're talking about 5 years so far, so
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a lot
of
of
money.
Okay, let's go to debate, if there are no further questions. And we'll take... Oh, you do? Sorry, yep. I'll go to questions. I've still got questions.
There is one on the floor, right? There's just the motion, is that what you're saying?
It's just the motion? Yeah. I'm taking them separately.
Oh, I understand. Okay, so... Right, understood. Okay, thank you.
Just to make it easier for people to,
Yeah,
to
I see
exercise
what you're
their
saying.
preference.
I see what you're saying.
I've got a question from Councillor, Councillor Gallagher.
Can you just remind us again, what is the LTP allocation to the demolition and landscaping of the Founders Theatre project again?
The proposed funding for the landscaping project for the site and the wider site around the West Belt plan is around 3.5 million or 3.6 million, and it's just over $1 million is tagged for the demolition cost itself.
So it's a cost of $1 million for the demolition.
Correct.
And then plus, can you just add, and then we've got another
Around 3.6 million is 3.6 million for the landscape work, which is part of the West Belt Master Plan.
So does that mean a total of 4.6?
Yeah.
So $4.6 million. $1 million is to demolish.
Correct.
And then the other, so basically the council would have a $4.6 million, depending on the nature of the proposal that comes back to us in March, there's a $4.6 million budget.
Yeah, just to be clear, the 3.6 is capital expenditure, which would be for the rectification of the land and the landscaping and so forth, and the 1 million is an operating expense.
So that theoretically could go into helping with earthquake strengthening or whatever, depending on what the proposal looks like when it comes back, if we were neutral.
Yeah.
And how much are we spending per year just to, as I said, freeze the Founders?
It's around $140,000 per year, which is just keeping it safe and secure and cleaning it from the outside regularly and a lot of other utilities.
$140,000 to, if you like, mothball, to freeze it, versus $1 million to demolish.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bunting?
Thanks, Paul. Just very briefly, we're talking about 140 a year to keep Founders as it is. How much is it costing? Probably Lance, I'd ask you this question. How much is it costing to keep the municipal pools in its present state? And how long has that been in its present state for?
I'd be guessing, I think it's around $60,000. It's mainly for security and facility staff going. There's some staff costs on top of that just to go down and make sure that the site's secure so that people don't enter it in, because inside there's some health and safety risks. So,
how long has that been kept in its present state? People said
6 or 7 years.
It's longer than Founders.
A little bit longer. I think it was a couple of 2 or 3 years before this.
2013.
I think Sean mentioned 2016, so it's probably 2013.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Thanks. That's my last set of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in terms of... No, that's fine. I'll just leave that question. And Sarah's got a question.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. A question to Sean. Sean, in terms of asking for a funded business case, as has been put forward in this motion, do you think we need to specify that we need to see how this will interact with the existing business case for the regional theatre? Or is it, I mean, I guess we could signal that in debate, but I guess where I'm going is that I'd like to, how do we ensure that when this comes back, we understand the interaction between the two and what impact it could have on the viability of the current operating model for the regional theatre?
Yeah, look, I think it's it would be fair to say that we have been giving those signals, and Momentum has been giving those signals out for quite some time. And they're clearly understood by Toti, who have, and through Margaret, has raised that with me numerous times. So I think they're very clear on the signals on that front. I think when we see the business plan, the business case, how it'll all work, that'll be part of our decision-making process if we want to look at it and say, how does that marry up? How does that fit? I would remind everyone that the Waikato Regional Theatre proposal, when it came to us in a very complete form in the early stages and then went to the detailed design before it was finalised, but it was very much a community theatre. Yes, as Kelvin said, there's a fairly large component of commercial activity to help fund the community work, but the whole decision of council, really the thing that drove it, from my recollection, was its community purpose. And its community purpose is actually what drove the funding from a number of the other external funders who put in the other 2/3 of the capital build costs. So the community element for the Waikato Regional Theatre is very, very important if they're to fulfil their promise to funders.
Thanks, Sean. So just to build on that, so when a funded business case comes to us, if it does, then what will we need to actually do to, I guess, from staff perspective, be confident that we aren't creating, I guess, harmful competition or too much overlap between the two, and what kind of time would be needed to work through that? And
look, I think the time frame to view a very full proposal would be reasonably quick in terms of making an assessment and a judgment call. The key thing to remember is there are elements of the Toti proposal that are different to the sort of elements that the Waikato Regional Theatre will fulfil. I mean, it is quite a broad proposal in many respects, and I think it's a matter for us to very quickly evaluate that and look at that. The key thing in evaluating the proposal will be our confidence in the organisation and the funding behind it to actually work, to actually do it. That will be the number one question I would have thought in our mind, is are they fully capable of doing it, and do they have a sustainable model taking them into the future?
okay, thank you. Thanks, Sean. Paula, I'd like to put forward an amendment to motion 2, if there is any seconder, for it's very hard being here on Zoom doing this, which essentially is to say that council notes its strong preference that no further extension to the deadline be granted, or words to those effect. Is there any seconder, and if not, I'll scrap it.
I'm looking around the room, Sarah. I don't see a seconder.
No? All right.
Worth a crack,
Right,
though.
thanks.
Okay, thank you. Now we will go into debate. I'm the mover, so I'll move. My concern is that we have done numerous iterations of consultation with people. We've had previous consultation over the founders many times, which costs the public. We've also had an extensive consultation on the West Town Belt. My other concern is on the question of business case for the Waikato Regional Theatre. I am concerned about some of the points that were raised, because I've made it absolutely clear there must be a lot of community use of the new theatre. And if you remember, the general public were concerned that they would be fenced out of using the fancy new theatre, and we fought tooth and nail for that not to be the case. I was and remain open to the idea of a new use for the Founders Theatre site if it comes with the funding. And I say that because we are under extreme funding pressure. We've lost a lot of money as an organisation, lost revenue. We know we've got new bright shiny projects that we love and want to promote too, such as the cycling walking bridge across the river that we need to work on, the Grantham Street end of the River City development, and many, many more. and we won't be able to fund everything. We're just about to head into an annual plan cycle, and we will find out that we can't fund everything for everyone. So I'm concerned, but on the upside, I'm really excited to hear from Margaret the proposal they do have and about those two funders or two partners in the project. And so long as that's worked through with the regional theatre not to have conflicting business offers, but complementary ones, I was actually really favourable to the Creative Waikato proposition, which saw an outside amphitheatre, a small performance area for storing performance gear and lights and so on. I thought that was really nice because it would activate the park, and I'm actually really fond of the idea of activating the West Town Belt. I think eventually there'll be townhouses and apartments, who knows, even higher now, along where those businesses currently sit along the West Town Belt, and it'd be a fantastic place to live. So I'm not saying no, and I am acknowledging that COVID has prevented some aspects of work continuing. I know this does put some pressure on Toti now to deliver a final look and feel of the theatre that we can really love and look into, and also to bring money to the table. So that's where I'm going. The no extension is because there are a couple of projects that become like the gift that keep giving, and here we are at Christmas, but where every couple of months they get pushed again and pushed again and pushed again, and we still haven't dealt with them. And we can't keep going on like that. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I want to start by saying that I absolutely support the Waikato Regional Theatre and what it aspires to do. I also support founders continuing, if in fact Toti can put forward a business case and a plan and a clear set of funding that would enable that. And so I will be supporting the first part of the motion, and I will also be voting against giving any further extension, because I believe we do have to draw a line, and we will be extending it one additional time. And I'm sorry to say my patience is running thin, but I respect Margaret Evans, and I respect the work Toti does, but I'm now calling that they've got to deliver. They've got to deliver. As to the Waikato Regional Theatre's Calvin's proposition that they are going to struggle with the competition, well, in the same way as I'm passionately for the Waikato Regional Theatre and the Founders Theatre, it will come as no surprise to this chamber that I'm incredibly passionate about the premise of competition. I think competition is good. And for somebody who has taken the fight to a competitor and lost, I think we look back and we all say we all improved through the process. We run things more efficiently in light of competition. We're more innovative. We pivot quickly. And I think I don't dismiss Calvin's comment that you're tying a hand behind the theatre's back by mandating the community aspect. I'm saying that, in fact, they will have to manage that as one of the many things they will have to manage it. So in summary, I support giving yet another extension. I'm sending a clear message. There will be no further extension from my point of view. I embrace competition. I call to Toti, go out, get it done, bring back a clear narrative, show us how you're going to fund it. I'm personally open to putting the funds that we would have put towards the demolition towards such a project. And I'm open to some discussion about how we could work to integrate the Founders and its new iteration with the West Belt. And I think if we achieve all of those things, the city will be richer for it. But this is the last chance.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Look, my the whole council's primary commitment is clear at this point, is clearly to the regional theatre. We've made that clear. We've made that clear financially and time-wise, etc. And that's not going to change as a result of our discussions about the Founders Theatre. Toti have heard discussion, not just from what Sean says on previous times, but here today. I think that's been made clear what the situation is. I am actually relaxed whether motion 2 passes or not. I actually think motion 2 is completely irrelevant, because if the right case is put up to us, we may decide to extend it because there's a good reason and we have the numbers. Or we may decide, no, we've heard enough, we're not going any further. I think that's either of those decisions are open to us before the end of, or at the end of March. So I really don't know why, to be honest, we're even putting 2 up, because I don't think it actually amounts to a hill of beans. Blind Freddie can see that we're going to make, we're running out of time. We have to make a decision. Whether we do it exactly on 31st of March or not is not really either here or there, which is why I didn't second Councillor Sarah's proposed amendment, because it wasn't needed. We're in that situation anyway. Motion 2 can only ever be a preference if it's passed. If it's not passed, we'll probably still do the same thing we would have anyway. So I'm not worried about that. I think this council, however, more importantly, has a track record of working with other organisations in our community to try and enhance, develop and increase the performance and community hall sort of spaces in the community. We didn't have for a long time, but we have for the last 10 or 12 years, and I see this as an extension of that. Working with Founders, working with the Regional Theatre Trust, I think that's all good. We're moving towards that. Whether it happens on 31st of March, takes another month longer, can be done quicker than that, it doesn't worry me. I don't need an end point to that sort of work that council does, that strategy we've got. The communities, organisations can't sometimes work quite as quickly as we do. Sometimes they can work a lot more quickly too, I might add. It just depends on the situation. They're all one-offs. This is another one-off. I'm pleased that a community organisation has come to us with a proposal. Clearly they've got more work to do. They've said that themselves. Let's see what they come up with, and when they come back to us, let's judge it then whether we need more time, whether we like the proposal to go forward to the next step or not. Certainly pleased that we're only asking for a concept design. There was no way we were going to get a final detailed design at that point. We never had that for anything really. We did for business plans, but not for detailed designs of buildings. So I think we're in about the right space at the moment. Let's keep that going for a bit longer as necessary.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Some of you may remember I was on the fence with this last time, and I caved in. And it's not normally that I take more of a hard line than my good friend and colleague, Councillor Ewan, but today he referenced the fact that competition is good. And whilst I agree with that, given we're in bed with both of these operators, we're going to end up subsidising both of them potentially. We've already invested time, resource and aroha into the new theatre, which in itself is honouring heritage. And today we've heard about the risk of this cannibalising something that we've already put so much investment into. So to me it's quite clear. We've given a date, and that date has now passed, so I won't be supporting either of the motions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, my vision for this area has always actually just been green space, because it's a West Town belt, and there's going to be a heck of a lot of apartments around there, and I always thought that that's my vision, and it still is. Not a hell of a lot has changed there. I have significant concerns about Cohen's views today. The theatre has to be viable, and any threat to that is a serious concern, a potential reputational risk for this council, and a financial risk for our residents and ratepayers. I've always had concerns about the viability of running our new regional theatre and maintaining and running Founders, and so I still do. And don't forget, we have numerous other theatres as well. And the fact that we've heard explicitly today that there will be some duplication of purpose between the facilities in terms of community usage, and that Toti has not worked alongside Momentum on this really does worry me. Having said that, I was prepared to wait until March 31st to see what Toti came up with without being quite so prescriptive. I'll support Mayor Southgate's first motion. I do understand why she's put up the second motion, because she wants to send a signal. But I'm not totally sure it's great governance, and it's probably unnecessarily brutal, the second motion. It doesn't, on the face of it, leave any nuance, any room for nuance whatsoever. It precludes any variation. You know, if we wanted to wait another couple of weeks for something, it kind of precludes that. So I don't think it's necessary. I think the first motion captures what we're after. I will always maintain that green space is my vision for that area, but I'll support this and see what we come up with on March the 31st.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate, and yeah, really good comments from all in previous debate here. What we're debating here today is an extension of time for this project because of restrictions they faced to COVID. This is a really, really interesting one. I share the Deputy Mayor's opinions about that use of space, but are we being unnecessarily mean? Where we've gone wrong as a council, I believe, with our facilities so many times. Look at our big facilities. Look at our Claudelands, look at our stadium, etc. We've expected them to be a commercial model to return revenue, and yet we've made promises that they're going to be community facilities. Now, just yesterday, I was at a meeting with a community group who cannot afford to have an expo in Claudelands. Now, I wasn't going to buckle on that and say, sure you can, let's give it away, because we ride Sean like a pony to make Claudelands work with money. Please get the visual out of your head. But we have our expectations on Sean as a commercial operator. We want that thing to make money, and we defend it vociferously. And our community groups cannot afford to rent expo space. Now, there's been a lot of talk about competition of performance space. I actually have great hope that potentially the Founders could be an expo space, could be a true community space. Now, that is quite a different model, so I'm prepared to entertain it as a display space. I mean, Mayor Paula, you have argued for greater art space. Part of this is an art gallery. We've got a teeny tiny museum working their butts off to be an art gallery and a museum and struggling to compete. So would not more art space be a little bit handy? Our community groups cannot afford any major expo space around the place, and maybe this is the spot for that. However, I, like Councillor Wilson, am signalling that this support is limited. There does have to be an end time, but also, like Councillor McPherson, I don't see the necessary cold-hearted last motion, in my view, as necessary. We can give it some pretty strong indication now that we're not necessarily an open-ended book. I don't want to see another municipal pools, quite simply. I don't want to see this extended beyond forever. So I'm giving a clear signal now that I will support the extension, and I can make up my own mind when the extension ends as to whether my support is continuing without necessarily having the second motion in there. So I'll support it on the grounds that we are crying out for display space as a community, we are crying out for expo space, but that support is limited to that time.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling to support either motion, and so I'm pretty much dependent on the remaining speakers to convince me whether or not I should support. I thought our motion in May was very clear, and I remember significant discussion and debate then that we were looking for a final proposal before the 31st of December. It's 7 months since we approved that and gave Toti the extra time to provide a final business case and a decision on the future use of the theatre. 4 of those months were pre-lockdown, so whilst I think the COVID has played a role in delaying their ability to deliver what we asked back in May, it's only part of the reason why they haven't been able to bring a final decision to us for the 31st of December. When we talk about the viability of a theatre, the viability of a theatre, a business viability of a theatre must be considered in the context of a council community environment, because a theatre will always be a community asset, and it won't be like the two hard-nosed airlines competing against each other who have very limited sense of community in the way that they operate. So the suggestion that the viability of the regional theatre is at risk, there never was a full case to support the theatre as being fully viable without us putting money in every year. And from day one, we agreed that we would be putting at least $1 million in a year to support the regional theatre once it was up and running. So I don't see the case, a business case for either, suggesting that it's going to wash its own face, because it never, ever will. So please, the remaining two speakers plus your right of reply, Mayor,
Martin,
and Martin, to convince me that I need to change my mind and support the motions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Van Oosten, I know you're coming in at the end there, Martin. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, and I've seconded this motion, both motions, for the very reason that Founders is iconic in Hamilton, and wherever possible, I've supported being able to keep it. It's important to Hamilton, and it's got a history with us, and I can understand that through COVID times, it's been really difficult in order to be able to do business as usual, and that's not been possible for us as a council or for many other organisations right across the country. And I think, and shout out to our hospo and entertainment sector in that regard. But we've been able to work in a different way. We've been able to modify the way that we work to suit the times, and I ask that also of Toti. I'm reminded of a beach that was fundraised and sold just recently, and that was done through these times in really quick order. And so I ask that we stay focused on the proposal, that I asked Toti to stay really on top of where you're heading here. When we made the decision in December, it was really very clear that we wanted to have a final decision, that we wanted to have the specifications, we wanted to understand what the funding was, and that was due in December. I do feel generous, though, enough to be able to offer some extra time, because I think that that's really reasonable to do that. And I think that we have to give you the opportunity to be able to do that. I'm encouraged that you've got really close with funders, and that's not far away being able to be confirmed. January is really just around the corner, and if we think about what will happen between now and then, there's a lot to go down. So giving you that extra time is a reasonable extension, I think. I also acknowledge that you've also been thinking about how to change what you're proposing as well. COVID makes us do that and think about how we need to integrate the outdoors with what we have inside. So that's encouraging also. But I think Hamiltonians really deserve to have an end date to this. They really have been watching and waiting to see what might happen with that space. And there are possibilities for it. So I think that they deserve a final outcome, and that should be that March date. And I think we're not being unreasonable in asking you to come to us with it fully formed and funded. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think out of fairness, given COVID has been out of everyone's control, and we know that it has impacted even our own operations on many fronts, that we should be giving this extension, particularly because it also doesn't materially impact the annual plan process, although it is getting pretty tight. However, I also don't want to see any further delay in regard to founders beyond this. I particularly don't want to see any further delay to the development of Inner City Park. This can coexist with a new version of founders, or it can go ahead without founders there. But the issue is with the uncertainty at the moment, we can't do anything. And having a real developed, attractive inner city park is critical to actually attracting people to live within our central city. It's critical to any successful central city, and I really don't want to see this pushed out another year or another year again. And I also want to send a strong message that I would be open to the cost of, if founders was to be retained, I'm open to the cost of the demolition going towards the building itself. But beyond that, I want to see the funding that's been put aside for this park to go to the park. This is an incredibly important project for our residents, and that's what it's been purposed for. So I'm not keen to see it eroded at the expense of an inner city park. I do disagree somewhat with Councillor Ewan, and I would like to see, in terms of the competition element that's been raised, I would like to see in the business case clarity around how whatever ultimately is proposed for founders can exist in harmony with the regional theatre. Ultimately, the risk is that either one of these buildings and operations can fall back into council hands and back into ratepayer responsibility. So I think that we need to tread carefully there and really look at that business case in light of the wider context. In terms of motion 2, I won't support it. I would have supported it if it showed an intention that we don't want to be providing further extensions, but to draw a hard line and, I guess, try and make a decision for what essentially is a future council potentially to make, or for a future decision. I guess I don't feel comfortable with what's being proposed there. I think it puts us backs us into a corner as such. So,
Sarah, sorry, you're well over.
I support the intention
Well
of
over
it.
time?
Thanks.
Sorry, you're getting well over time. Sorry, hard on the. I should have been paying attention to that. Apologies, everyone. Martin.
Yeah, just on the second motion, I won't be supporting that because it's unduly prescriptive, and in March you will make a decision then based on the information you have, and this meeting is it's artificial and as Dave Mack said, to prescribe that. I've always said this is not just a bricks and mortar that you're proposing to spend $1 million to destroy and demolish. Well, that's the proposal. This is a building that encompasses the hopes and the dreams of the heroes in the 1950s and early 60s who built an incredible theatre with amazing design of its day, with an amazing architect for a city then roughly of 45,000 people. I'm also very respectful that in presenting a proposal, our former mayor has come to this council, and our former mayor has done two things. She has honoured those heroes who are now many have passed on and passed away. This is not just a bricks and mortar. Any culture you have, nothing is just a building. It is about everything that's happened in that building over many, many years and the life experiences many Hamiltonians have experienced. But what our former mayor also comes to us is, what is its future? What might be its future? But before we do that, we want to get in there, and COVID, it's a really legitimate reason, has hindered bigger city in lockdown for many, many weeks. We've been in lockdown, to get in and look, and as Ewan has reminded me, get to the bottom. And what does the earthquake strengthening exactly look like? That was always the thing out there. What exactly does it look like? What is a vision for the future? And I think, quite frankly, our former mayor has given us an indication today of some potentially quite exciting partners and partnerships. So I don't think it's unreasonable at all, of course, to give that extension. I think it's the proper and correct thing to do. And unlike spending $1 million to destroy a heritage building, this extension costs us very little. And it's frankly the decent and it's the correct thing to do. I think in March I would ask you don't be unduly prescriptive. As Dave Mack has said, we deal with community groups all the time. And for the record, for the Waikato Regional Theatre, when they came back to us because they needed some extensions and changes, we were incredibly cooperative and understanding with them as a community organisation. I want the same interaction, if you like, with Toti and their dream and vision. I will be supporting the motion on the basis that I think that's where consensus lies. I think, frankly, it's still a little bit prescriptive, but I will support that. I'm a realist. I won't be supporting the second motion.
Thank you. I will exercise my right of reply. First of all, I acknowledge, as everyone has done here, that we need community space, some for creative reasons, but also for not-for-profit reasons. There are a lot of not-for-profit organisations looking for space in our city. Council's here to make decisions, and we can't keep putting this one off and off, as I've said before. But I haven't voted against an extension. I'm not proposing no extension. I'm proposing an extension at the end of which we see something final that we can say, yes, we're right on board with that, or no, we are not. Cold-hearted, brutal? Me? I don't think so. I don't think that C is at all cold-hearted nor brutal. It is a clear signal of intent to the part.
You didn't say that you were cold-hearted.
The motion was cold-hearted.
Thank you.
I don't see the motion as cold-hearted nor as brutal. I see it as a clear signal of intent to the parties and the public. That's what it is, that we're not going to keep extending this ad infinitum. We can't. I think Ryan and Rob, if I could persuade you, if you don't support number one, then you need to support number two, or it's potentially we could have that situation of this going forward and forward and forward. And look, I'm hoping that a phoenix rises from the ashes in this, because I think I certainly have always said that whatever happens, we need to honour and acknowledge founders in some way. It was given to us, it was gifted to us, that space needs to be acknowledged in some way. And as I say, I've liked, as has Sarah, that there is a significant fund put towards improving the park space. I want to see it as a safe and open park space for inner city living, but I do want it enhanced to allow community activity to occur. Yeah, so I think I've pretty much said all there is to say on that, and I think we should go to the vote on the board, and Sarah's a hand. Oh, that's for option one. We'll go to motion one, motion one. So did mine. All right, well, we'll go by show of hands. Amy, is that okay? Show of hands while you sort that out?
It is. It just greys out once you've voted.
No, it doesn't.
No, it's just green.
Yeah. Can you reset it? We'll try one more time. Okay. No, it's not working, Amy. All right, we're going to go to a show of hands for motion 1, please. All in favour? I think Sarah, are you, yep. Opposed? Are you opposed? Correct. Great, cool.
Motion is carried, noting councillor Hamilton's dissension.
Okay, and now we'll go to motion 2, which is that this is the final, it's to signal the final extension. All in favour, please raise your hands. Opposed? Rightio, there you go. Motion is lost. Can we do, you want to do hands again to see the hands?
We're just going to call the names out just for the record. So can we just say those four? Raise your hand.
Raise their hand for the votes.
Those four.
For
Yeah,
motion
for motion
2.
2. Those four. Raise your hand.
Setting the deadline.
Yeah.
So there's councillor Pascoe, councillor Featherston, councillor Wilson, Southgate.
Hmm.
So can, those who are against, raise your hand.
Yes.
Yep. So those against, please raise your hand.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, councillor Bunting, councillor McPherson, councillor Hamilton, councillor Gallagher, and councillor Thompson via audio-visual link.
Oh no, wrong connection.
All right, motion is lost.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to have a cup of tea and farewell Becca. So see you in the tea room, everyone. I think that's the one, isn't it? Is that an HP one? Is that the right cord? I've got a flat. A flat. Is that it, Becca? Is that charging? Because I've got a flat thingy. Sorry? Is that the right cord to charge that? Yes, it is. HB. Rising? No. I'll move. Deputy Mayor seconds. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Confirmation of item 6, the open minutes from whatever date that is, 16th of December, as attached. Any matters arising? No? Yes?
One question on that one. This is the one on the vaccination mandates, and I'm just wondering, question of the Chief Executive. We had a lot of feedback regarding the permanence of it, and I'm just wondering if you could be a bit clear on what the intention is as to how often you keep an eye on the situation, how often we review it, etc.
Yeah, so I think at the time we talked about having a look at it monthly, and I think the government's talking about doing similar things. Obviously, there's government mandates and that sort of thing as time goes on, as we move into the traffic light system. So obviously, most staff are back the 10th of January. We'll be looking at it later in January, and then obviously we'll set some dates, look February, March, and those sorts of things. So if circumstances change, and there's, from management's point of view, looking at what's going on at our facilities, if we believe that we need to bring it back to your attention and there's some change to that or proposed change, then we'll do that.
Right.
We'll give updates through executive update as well, so how it's going. And, you know, it's, we've had a few of our facilities since December the 3rd, obviously the rest kicked in only a few days ago, and we'll make sure we give you updates on how generally it's going okay. I think there'll be some better information by the end of next week, you know, just before Christmas Day. So we'll keep you up to date.
So just a question on the threshold of bringing it back to this group. Is there a point in time, like, you know, X amount of cases, to change in levels, change in situations that would trigger it coming back to this group?
Look, we don't have any, those things, yes, but I don't have any hard and fast figures around those. And obviously we take public health advice as well and look what the government's doing. So we'll make some judgment calls on that.
Okay.
And obviously we'll keep the Mayor's office up to date. And then if we need to come back to council, then we can do that informally through a Zoom meeting or something like that in the first instance.
All right, thank you. Happy with that. Thanks.
Councillor Pascoe.
Just a very quick question. There were some guidelines issued yesterday on mandating vaccinations in the workplace. I assume we've seen those and they're not likely to trigger any need for a review before the 17th of January?
I'm looking at David, but my understanding is no. The government flagged these guidelines several weeks ago.
Okay, so it's just the official release of them?
This is just the official release, so
okay.
It's that guidance through WorkSafe and the risk assessment criteria,
right.
which is sort of reduced from the original 7 points down to, I think it was 4, David, is that correct?
So there's no need for us to do anything now?
No, and our risk assessments are still valid and still legally valid as well. They said this is the criteria they'd brought in, but essentially for those organisations that hadn't actually started the process.
Yep. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In respect to that also, what would help me when we come to the next point of review is just understanding what's happening elsewhere around the country, because we were one of the first to make that decision. So just getting and I get sent things from time to time, and I just want to make sure that we are abreast of all the information and trends that we need to be in that space.
We'll do that.
Next time it comes, we need to.
So Tai Tuara, which is Society of Local Government Management, and LGNZ are actually, there's a webinar for CEOs and that sort of thing quite regularly, and there's good information being sent around. So, local authorities are at different stages. We're probably one of the more advanced ones around this, and what you might have seen that Waikato District had a meeting on Monday and VAX mandated a number of their facilities. They've gone down a similar route with staff. So we're pretty much in line with other inner Waikato councils. some councils have taken a different approach. They'll let the chief executive make the decision around vax mandating facilities. Our legal advice and the conclusion we came to and reported to you in our report was that I felt that it was of public interest, so it was actually a decision for the council to make. Other councils have had a different opinion on that, and good luck to those CEs. I think they're reasonably brave doing that, but I think it's a decision for the council to make. Obviously, staff is the CE's responsibility under the Local Government Act. So, Mayor Paula, yes, we'll be abreast of that, and we can give an update in the new year.
Okay, and the other one I wanted to know is in light of the decisions we made, how are staff doing on that? I know there have been a few unpleasant experiences, but what are the staff okay, and what do we know about that?
So for the vax mandating, you're probably aware that we've worked closely with the security firm, and our staff have worked very closely with them and essentially working with them around their training and the way they interact with the public. Louise from my office and we've been getting around a number of the facilities with a bit of Christmas cheer over the last week. And we just noticed in our rounds yesterday that we were having to do the vax cert everywhere. I found all the staff, they didn't know who I was actually, so that was quite helpful. It was like undercover boss.
And you're giving them a big payout
I found them very polite. I spoke to them and said, "How's it going?" They said, "Really good." They found that a lot of the comments were positive. There was a few people who didn't know what to do. So our library staff have helped something like 268 people do their vaccine certification. That will continue. So we had library staff at Waterworld helping people in line doing that sort of thing. So we'll continue being helpful around that. The number of people who haven't been vaccinated and been declined to our facilities has been quite low at the moment. And anecdotally, we've had a lot of feedback from people that they're really pleased that we've gone down that track, and they and their families feel safe to go into our facilities.
Sure.
And that was around the funeral companies. You were going to have discussions with the Funeral Directors Association. How did that end up with how we're going to go with our crematorium and the likes?
Yeah, I was going to talk to Michelle Rivers, the cemetery manager, when we were out there yesterday. Unfortunately, she was tied up with something. But I spoke to one of the staff out there. They had one service, and the funeral directors, it had worked quite well. So I think Maria's team have come to some arrangements with the funeral directors, but they will probably, we do tend to get a bit of a spike over Christmas, New Year for some reason, so we can give you some further feedback on that probably in the new year.
Yeah, it was more around who was policing it.
Both our staff and also the funeral director's staff.
Okay.
So we're working together in partnership on that.
Yeah, good.
Yep. So there's a bit of horses for courses on the size of the ceremony and that sort of thing.
Sweet. Thanks, Lance.
Thank you. So have a mover and a seconder for that item, please. Moved Councillor Bunting, seconded by Councillor Van Oosten. All in favour? Cool. Item 7, confirmation of the open minutes from the 16th of December.
I'll move.
Moved, seconded. Any conversation? No. All in favour? Carried. You right with it? I haven't got there yet, have I? Which one? I'm not on there yet, though. Okay, we're going to, is that still item 5? No, it's item 11. I'm still on item 5 to 11. Okay, right, cool. So I already did 6. I was just going down them one at a time. Does it matter? I think we'll move really quickly. Item 8, confirmation of the minutes. Mover, seconder, moved Deputy Mayor Taylor, seconded Councillor Bunting, all in favour. Item 9, confirmation of those minutes. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Van Oosten. Any questions? No. All in favour? Carried. Item 10, confirmation of the elected members' briefing notes. I'll move. Seconded Councillor Wilson. Any questions, concerns? All in favour? Carried. Item 11, same. Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor McPherson, all in favour? And that brings me to my chair's report, which I'm going to largely take as read. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. And you can see that, just noting that there are some, I'm not going to talk to it really, there are some improvements to the, some changes to the governance structure on a couple of committees. They're all set out there for you. And we've all said our lovely Christmas thank yous to staff and to each other yesterday at the Christmas function. So those still stand. All in. Any questions on that? Oh, there is. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. And just regards the Three Waters there, have we had, or what was the official response to our sternly worded letter that we sent down?
Is Blair here? Do you want to talk to how the government reacted to our stern letter? Because we did make a little bit of impact on their thinking.
Sorry, I wasn't.
Did they? Yeah. Did the lights go dim? Did they? No, I'm being sarcastic. But did we get a response?
Apologies. In the context, was this in the context of the RMA?
No, this is the Three Waters letter. We sent a letter.
It's actually an Andrew Parson
yeah.
question.
There's no one else here. But
yeah,
because I know how New Zealand Post can be these days.
Well, we didn't get one with the stamp on it, Mark, right. But we did get some pickup of the views that we had shared with government. Do you want to talk a little bit on that? Or?
No, I don't. I was going to say I'd get Andrew, he's not in the chamber, unfortunately, maybe to talk to you offline about that if you want.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind knowing, though, what the response was.
Okay, so we could bring that up a bit later on, and we'll try and talk to Andrew in the meantime
there's
about what the response
item on reform, Lance, that could come
on
through there.
Yeah, let's raise it.
We've got an item later on the reform, so
and then we can pick that up then.
So we'll talk to Andrew, and then we can answer your question then.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
I'm not trying to be evasive. There's no one single pager that's come response.
I know. Just want to check, make sure that the post got through. It's important.
Yeah. All right.
Did we get it?
So any other questions on my report? If they're not any, it's been moved and been seconded. All in favour, please. Oh, you want a debate? Oh, let's do that then.
Your Worship, he's having withdrawals. He needs lots of water, hydration and lots of...
Would you like to debate? My fault for Russia. Okay. All in favour? Opposed? None? Carried?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 13, which is building Hamilton's wellbeing. Julie, welcome. Oops.
Morena, Mayor Southgate and councillors. Would like to just this morning just to bring your attention to this wellbeing report. This is a follow-up on the work that we've been doing about trying to tell the story of how us and others are making a difference to wellbeing in Hamilton. If you remember, we did take you through this on the 3rd of November at the briefing, and the report does include the key indicators that we've been talking about for quite a while now. Happy for take questions on the report.
There are questions. Happy to move. I'm happy to second. Oh, Councillor Wilson will second, and we have a question from Councillor Van Oosten.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. I noted under priority 2, City Where People Thrive, that our Hamilton unemployment rate is unfavourable at 5.5. And just wondered as at what date that might have been, noting also that the New Zealand quarter for September was 3.4, and how we might be able to be so out of step with that rate.
I'm going to look behind me and see if Katie, who's done the majority of the work on this, can tell us the date of that data and have anything she can share.
So that is most likely to have come from Infometrics, where we've got the majority of our data from, and that will have been an annual measure. Most probably when I started pulling this report, it would have been back in June, because they give that year view. So we are able to access quarterly information, but we were trying to stick to the year so we know what's benchmarkable with other data sets.
And in light of that, might expect that we only report on it annually, is that correct?
That's correct. Though we can bring, Katie is actually working on this all the time, and so we are updating these as we get additional data through, so the quarterly infometrics data will be updated in the tables that she uses.
Right.
So we can provide that information to you. Maybe not as a council report, but definitely in the exec update if you'd like that information on a more frequent basis.
Yeah, I guess it tells a story about Hamilton really, and one that isn't quite as positive as might actually be the case. And the second statistic I saw in there on that same one was the youth that are not in employment, education or training, and that was also unfavourable. And in a town where we have a university, a significant other training organisations, that would be surprising.
Yes, so that has moved from 11%, and that was a 2019 stat, to 11.7% in 2020. Again, we can see if we can get that on a more updated basis, but also maybe have some conversations with some of our training facilities about what that looks like.
Yeah, I'm currently in the process of trying to dig deeper into that. Currently it's just at a Hamilton level, but I wanted to look more into the demographics behind that to see if there's any trends or reasoning behind it.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. That sounds like good work. I'd be interested to hear the updates. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you. It has been moved. It has been seconded. There are no further questions. Thank you for your good work on this. All in favour? Can I have hands up, please, councillors?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. That brings us up to item 14, which is the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund.
Here's Andrew now.
Yeah, he's up next for reform. So.
Yeah, didn't have any races.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I just had to check that. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. I'll take this IAF report as read, but I'll just take a few minutes to introduce the item and provide an update. Apologies in advance, this might be a little bit of a longer introduction than usual due to the scale and significance of the proposals, but probably more because they were a work in progress when they were delivered to council in the agenda last week. So this report seeks approval for staff to lodge the final IAF proposals to Kāinga Ora for the Central City and Rototuna North under delegation from the Chief Executive and in consultation with the Chair and Deputy of the Strategic Growth Committee. We do ask that only critical changes are made to the documents, to the proposals, if there are any at all, to ensure that we can meet the submission deadline of 3 p.m. tomorrow. And please note that staff have worked with the elected member reference group in developing these proposals, and also that they are non-binding on the council. Kāinga Ora will advise successful applicants in April of next year, with the following negotiation phase of the funding and housing outcome agreements beginning in May, and they've indicated that a ministerial funding decision is expected between June and October 2022. There have been several key amendments to the draft proposals since they were submitted to the council agenda last week. Only a few, but and this was indicated in paragraph 9 of the report. Overall direction and key changes were discussed with the elected member reference group earlier this week, but I'll just give you the quick rundown of those. So staff undertook a detailed and broad interviews with the development community and with your earlier guest, Kelvin Eglinton, being part of that with Tilly from the Central City team, and these results were only received in the last few days. They show significantly greater levels of planned private investment over the next 5 to 10 years than staff anticipated. As a result, the estimated yield stated in paragraph 14 of 1,700 dwellings in the next 10 years is revised to a range of between 2,500 to 4,000 dwellings, with the estimated value of that investment at 2.1 billion as compared to the 1 billion that was in the earlier report. This investment, in combination with the investment by council in its long-term plan, will generate up to 1,800 new jobs each year and an estimated 140 million increase in GDP over the next 10 years for Hamilton. Second slight change that I should report is the Rotorua North funding request is slightly higher in the final version at 20.8 million, which is different to 19.9 million, slightly less, as stated in the report in paragraphs 12, 17 and 51. This is supported by 15.3 million of co-funding from the council, 8.7 million of investment from the development community, and will enable 900 dwellings. The proposals have strong city, regional and national strategy and policy alignment, with the Central City proposal being underpinned by the Council's Central City Transformation Plan. Both proposals are supported in writing by the independent chair of Futureproof, which is important to Kāinga Ora and us. Our engagement with developers and the social housing providers in the Central City indicated that without intervention, the development arising from the proposal is unlikely to deliver homes that meet the first home grant criteria in Waikato Housing Initiative social housing outcomes. The proposal recommends that Kāinga Ora examine providing social and community housing and support those initiatives in the Central City in order to achieve those desired housing outcomes. Finally, a detailed risk assessment has been undertaken, facilitated by PricewaterhouseCoopers. It's attached to the proposal. I just want to draw your attention to two risks that principally arise from the Central City proposal. The first one, which we have discussed, but I think it's worth raising again, is that if IEF funding is offered by Kāinga Ora, there will be significant commitments required in a funding terms agreement and a housing outcomes agreement, which are likely to carry material risk and uncertainty for council, including that all cost overruns sit with the council. And council will have the option to not proceed if it chooses, and to not agree to the terms if those implications for the community are too high. So I just think that's worth raising. Secondly, the risk assessment also indicated that the primary risk to Hamilton Central City is a loss of investor confidence and increased costs for developers from having a lack of capacity in the Central City in the event that the proposal is not accepted by Kāinga Ora and the infrastructure is not delivered. I'll now pass over to Andrew to describe the proposed infrastructure solutions in the proposals, and then we're happy to take questions on these and anything else in the report you'd like to talk about.
Thank you, Greg. I just want to acknowledge the significant assistance from Alistair Gray that was provided in the infrastructure space for this report. So this version of the bid differs from what went up as part of the indicative proposal, and the reason for the change is twofold. One is to manage the price risk, which Greg touched on, where cost overruns or cost increases would then sit with the ratepayer. And also the other reason for the change is to better align the infrastructure with the overall direction of this council in terms of carbon neutral and more sustainable travel mode choices around walking, cycling and buses. So the main areas of change result in scaling back the reservoir proposal and pivoting more to a transport proposal that provides an opportunity to make improvements for buses on Anglesey Street, but as a reinstatement of the road following the water assets coming through. So not the full length of Anglesey Street, just where water assets come through. But the substantive investment is the bridge across the Waikato River that would link the CBD through to the university's link and the Western Rail Trail link. So essentially creating a platform where we would have a robust alternative to conventional travel choice. What those changes do is actually scale down the bid value quite significantly. This is not all the infrastructure needed to ultimately unlock the CBD over a 50-year plus period, but it's a substantial investment that would strategically unlock the area. But what it allows us to do is then fill the gap back up to the original bid value of $333 odd million with a very enhanced contingency to buffer the risk to ratepayers around cost changes and increase in supply chain costs, et cetera, et cetera. So essentially the costs have been prepared on what I call a 95th percentile estimate, which is if you know your stats and you've got the bell-shaped curve, puts the estimates right out here. So it's not a great practice because you purchase less for more. But what it does is it buffers this council against the cost risk and positions us really well for a commercial discussion in the next phase in April, where we can start talking about shared approach to risk, potentially. So I'm happy just to pause there and move to questions.
Thank you, thank you. At the right time, I'd be happy to move, unless there's another person who would like to move. I thought, yep, sure. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. Thanks for your presentation and insight onto bell-shaped curve. That's really good. A couple of questions. Greg, the other day you shared with us the exec summary. Is that in here somewhere? I was just trying to find it because there's obviously you've got this prescriptive template you've got to respond to, but is that still in here somewhere?
It's in there, yes. There's essentially the way we've done it is we've filled out their template, but it's somewhat challenging to set out a whole proposal through it. So and then we've got a supporting document and attachment, so it's at the head of the
Page 532.
Okay. Here you go.
Thank you.
Page
So
532.
it's the updated attachments, and it's the first 20-odd pages, Councillor Ryan, are the formal Kāinga Ora templates, and then the documents, including executive summary, follow from there. So page 532 is the exec summary.
Perfect. Thank you. And just another question on 491 of our page. You mentioned there at some point, at this stage, HCC does not have a known developer to provide indicative housing or co-funding opportunities. That's for the CBD bid. Do we need to say that? Does that sort of weaken our bid by looking like we're not quite in partnership mode?
Yeah, so that's a relic from earlier on. So as I said, there's actually been a really detailed and thorough interviews and discussions with the developers, and that's actually come back more optimistic than we anticipated. So that statement won't appear in the final.
Okay, great. Yeah. And like you've done with the Rototuna one where you've got endorsement letters, will we have something similar for the CBD with?
Yes, we do. We've got the Methodist Church, Pragma, Stark, Foster's.
Awesome.
Maybe one other, yeah. So there's been a good response in terms of that. Beg your pardon?
Yeah, that's for the Rototuna one.
Oh, that's for the Rototuna North.
Yeah, thank you. That's great.
Thank you. Ryan, Councillor Bunting.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Just a couple of quick questions, and you touched on it, Andrew, but a lot of these things that we've entered into in the past, and when there's been a blowout, it comes out of ratepayer funding. So can you just address that again, please, the contingency in this environment where prices are going up and everything's getting a little bit harder to achieve?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. So dropping into the detail, so we've used a higher inflation series per year behind the base numbers as well, as opposed to what was in the 2021 LTP, based on market observations. Normally we would estimate what I call the expected cost, the 50th percentile cost, and put a contingency. For this modified bid, we've estimated the 95th percentile cost. So if you were to build the project 20 times over and it ended badly 20 times, the budget would accommodate 19 of those 20 scenarios.
So we've made that clear to Kāinga Ora.
That's very clear in this bid.
Yeah, okay.
But that's not to say that's where we'll end up. My view is in the discussion that we hope to have in April, that we should have a discussion around the sharing of risk between the parties, who's best placed to address that risk. Yep. But in the event that doesn't occur, this bid has the 95th percentile estimates in it. So it's not a full protection mechanism, but it's a pretty substantial protection mechanism.
So they're of the same mind as us? as well with their cost expectations and that?
This bid would look after the ratepayer interest in terms of that cost exposure was the way I would describe it.
And thank you. And my second question is, when at the point where they sort of drafted a couple of them off, we had a reasonably strong hint from the head of Kāinga Ora that Fairfield Endley, there might be something else coming for them. Have you had any more hints or any more discussion with them about what could be going on there?
I don't think there's anything further or firmer, but I seem to consistently hear that, you know, that's a favoured development and it's delivering on, you know, the outcomes that it wants. But
There's no more news there.
I can't speak, and I can't say for sure. But there certainly is the way that they're structuring their funding for housing. There are, you know, more funding being made available. So that's probably
right.
not that
And
helpful.
the reason I promised I would nag you about it, so that's me nagging. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Just through the chair,
hello.
I can just elaborate further to Greg's answer. Through some of the discussions I've had, there has been talk about potentially this fund being potentially an annual cycle. Nothing's been confirmed. So if that occurred, then things such as our reserve bid and potentially something like Fairfield Endley could come back for us to resubmit, to retest. But I do want to stress that there's nothing been confirmed, but certainly some of the noises we're hearing are this could be a regular thing.
Good. That's encouraging. Thanks, Blair. That's all I got, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
On our page 171, which I don't know whether you guys have access to that numbering system. I've got no idea what your page number is. Oh, hang on. Yes, I do. Page 5, sorry. Yep. Okay, I just had it enlarged, so I couldn't see it, sorry. In the middle, I know this is the EOI page where you're repeating what was said at the time of the EOI, but I just wanted, right in the middle, you've got a statement, at this stage, HCC does not have an own developer to provide indicative housing or co-funding opportunities. When we had the discussion the other day, we talked about rephrasing that sort of negative way of putting it into a more positive way. It's true, but what we should be saying to them, as we discussed the other day, is we've got these opportunities and here's some examples of what we've been doing. I couldn't quite see that covered off. I went to pages, the supporting material. I couldn't quite see how that was being expressed in a positive light. The idea, remember we were talking about the other day, was putting our best foot forward, and not sort of saying, look, we can't really meet your objectives, guys, which is how it's expressed here.
Yeah, no, I totally understand the question. Those, in fact, those fields are populated by Kāinga Ora, so what they've done is dropped in all the EI text and you can't touch it. So it says what we said.
Okay.
However, at that time, you know, we didn't have, we hadn't done the extensive research with the development community. It wasn't possible. There wasn't that amount of time, and we didn't have enough detail. But we signalled that we would do it this time, and as I mentioned, it was done really thoroughly, and B, it was more positive than we anticipated, which is hence the reason why those dwelling projections they're higher than what we expected under the EOI. So. And that story is pretty well fleshed out in the final document, where we've got explained, you know, who the developers are and what are the developments that they're intending to have and what does that mean, and we've done economic analysis. So that section will, you know, supersede the early days when we said, hey, we don't, because essentially what we were saying is, as compared to a green field where you can understand precisely that you're going to build 1,000 houses, we were saying, well, that's going to be hard to achieve in the CBD. But then when we did the research, in fact, there was a better outcome than we thought.
Okay. Knowing what people in government departments are like, they'll have, someone will have that answer from last time fixed in their mind.
That's right.
How do we have the opportunity to speak to the RFP and say, guys, forget that, this is now the full picture? So that you can sort of draw their minds away from what they may have fixed from previously. I don't want to give them an inch to drive anything through.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. We're held to earlier words that when that was a very early stage. The next stage after we submit it is their term a negotiation phase. So, and I think that'll be pretty detailed, and they will be digging into our housing outcomes and our financial terms and the infrastructure terms and other things. So they'll assuming that they invite us along to try and come to a deal. Yes, there will be opportunity, and so.
And we'll be making a big point of the fact that their whole system of application system is set up for greenfields, and they actually got the wrong type of fields almost for brownfields, where you can't do it the same way as you were just saying before.
Yep, and we've raised that with them. I mean, they acknowledge that, and you're right, it is set up better for greenfield. So, that all plays into the discussions, and I think there's also just the essentially building up an expression of interest in a business case in the space of several months is pretty wild. So
so we've just asked Toti to do that for the theatre. 3 months we've only given them. We're following it. Sorry.
Just through the chair, Greg, I wonder. When we exercise the delegation as per the report, if it's assume it's approved with the chair and the deputy chair, you might want to show them the map that we haven't included in the documents here. And Councillor Dave, that'll just give you some confidence. It shows the market information, which is relatively sensitive, but it gives you a sense of what we're including in the bid to show confidence around what's happening or intended to happen in the central city. So that speaks to part of that story you're also asking questions about.
Yeah, I think all of that stuff's good. My worry isn't that our staff won't do that work or haven't already done that work. It's that the characters of these government departments might have some views that are hard to shift, and they might look past what they've already seen in the past. So that you can't do much about that now, other than make sure we sit on them until they actually realise.
And I think that speaks to Mayor Paula's idea of a visit to Wellington in the new year, seeing a delegation meeting with key ministers to raise a number of topics, and this will be one of those topics that we'd want to make sure that the ministers understand this. So you're coming at it from multiple angles.
Yep. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that, Blair. And we are trying to organise that at this point in time, but also I've written the letters ahead of it so that what the staff have advised the ministry, I have been feeding up to the ministers through the help of the team. And we are pretty tenacious about wanting some time in their ear early February when Parliament starts again, so which was the soonest we were going to see anyone, so, yeah. All right, excellent. Oh, sorry, Sarah. Sarah?
Yeah, thank you. Just very quickly, Greg or Andrew, I'm just interested in if they come back to us and say, yeah, we like this, but the amount is kind of too much, how can you trim this down further? Do we have options for how we would approach a situation like that?
Undoubtedly, you do, and I wouldn't want to speculate on those options now. I'd rather know the quantum on offer first, and I think that would then trigger an elected member discussion in terms of what you would like the response to be in terms of that offer. But I think you're right to think that we may not get the full amount. So there will be a discussion coming, I think, once we get through to the next phase.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
When we're there.
Okay, cool. Whoops, just spilled water. We are in. Any further questions? No. Any question? Yeah. Because Councillor Hamilton is debate. Yeah, question?
Yeah, so just with regard to Councillor Sarah's question, I was thinking really about the level of investment that is being asked of Hamilton City Council, and that it's and what proportion will government be looking for from Hamilton City Council in terms of their investment?
So the way the bid is structured at the moment is that the city's not committing to anything beyond what's currently in the approved LTP. So, KO, I think, are looking for big commitments from bidders, but this bid only reflects what's in our LTP. And to that extent, we've taken a view on the citywide components of things like treatment plants, reservoirs, and included those and stated those as an HCC share contribution as well. But this bid does not make any commitment beyond what's in the LTP.
And should that be a condition of the negotiation, that decision would then need to come back to council for consideration and assessment?
I think any contracts, so there's going to be a minimum of 2 contracts. There'll be one around the committing to the supply of housing, and there'll be one around the funding and financing of the infrastructure. I see those contracts coming back to this council before anything's signed, absolutely. So, there'll be, the opportunity to consider KO's position in response to our bid at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Max. Councillor Hamilton's debate. Deputy Mayor Taylor, you've got a question? No. Debate. Okay, thank you. So that moves us into debate. If there aren't any more questions, just triple check. Thank you. As the mover, I'm not going to say very much really, except to congratulate the team for putting on up this bid. It's been a lot of work, and you've had to pull it through at quite tight notice to grab hold of this opportunity. And this is an opportunity. Well, these 2 opportunities are really big opportunities for us to grab. This will start to make a tangible difference to how we deal with housing, but also, I think, have a positive impact on revitalising the CBD, bringing people into the CBD to both live, work and play, which is excellent. I don't think we could have done a better or stronger proposal given the criteria, and I will work my hardest to give political voice to this so that we can build on the good work that's already been done. So thank you again, everyone, for this work. Oh, and thank you to the group that got together to help you expedite this process. Appreciate the extra time that it's taken some of our councillors. Thanks. Ryan.
Just echo what Mayor Paula said, acknowledge the work staff have done on this. It's been pretty robust, and it's one of those things that's been over and above the existing work stream. So just recognise that, and thank staff for reflecting the views of that workshop we had the other day, which made this much more aspirational and storytelling, and Deputy Mayor gave some very good advice at that meeting too, which has been adhered to. I'm a little bit, like all of us, a little bit bruised with going back to government with our bigger bowl, and it's a little bit like being told Santa's not real, but you come back anyway expecting a present. But I think certainly we've put forward a robust case, and if nothing else, it helps us identify the opportunity that we've got within our central city and all the work we're doing with district plan and increasing density and understanding the need to retrofit our infrastructure. So, I look forward to success in the new year.
Deputy Mayor.
We had on, I reiterate, huge piece of work, and we often congratulate staff, but on this occasion it was an incredibly tight time frame. There was very detailed information you guys had to seek from developers. We had to present an accurate picture but also a compelling picture, and you've done that. And I can just about see the sweat dripping off the pages. There's a lot of work. So I'm really thankful, and I'm also mindful that the information you got from developers is going to be really useful for us, generally anyway. So it was a bloody good exercise. And we've made a great case for funding for the central city. We desperately need it to do what the government wants us to do and what we want to do. And you've really done a great job, and we put our best foot forward. Fingers crossed. Thanks.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I just want to add to the chorus of thanks to the staff. I know Greg and his team will have worked just incredibly hard in making this happen. And I'm mindful that we have had opportunities to do these types of funding requests and partnership requests in the past and done a lot of work and haven't seen significant outcomes come our way. But we keep picking up and keep doing it. And so I just want to thank them because I know they do a lot of work for us. And so thank you.
Thank you very much. No further debate. We'll go to the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, and that should be a nice comfort to the staff who did all this work. Thanks. We're now on to item 15, which is the reform response proposal, and there's a few bits in here, so we'll probably have take it in parts as a suggestion. So you might want to just kind of give us some guidance about when we could take questions for each part, please, Sean, and that would be good.
Certainly, Mayor Paula, and Justine Kennedy, who some of you will have met, possibly online. This is her in person. Justine's the program manager for across the reform response program, so she's just going to introduce the report, and then we'll kind of hand off to various sort of people speaking to the certain sections of the report.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's lovely to see you all in person. Happy December, counting down to Christmas. I hope you all have a restful break over the summer. All right, so as Sean said, I'm Justine. Here I am in person. I have been told I'm smaller in person, so apologies if your expectations haven't been met in that regard.
Look, I have exactly the opposite.
So anyway, look, this report's just an update on new matters since we last spoke with you in November. So last month we had a briefing and we also had a report to you on this reform response program. Continues to be a bit of a moving feast. They're asking quite a lot of us, even over the Christmas break, which is covered off in this report. Today's report does contain sort of two key areas of focus. The first one is on the Three Waters reform, one of our favourites. There's a submission in there on the economic regulation and consumer protection for Three Waters services in New Zealand. Try saying that 3 times fast. So that item will be that part of the report, will be spoken to by Andrew and Stephen, and we'll do a discussion in the motion for that portion before we move on to the resource management reform section, where we'll be seeking approval for staff to work with the chair and deputy chair of the district plan committee to develop a submission to the Ministry for the Environment's discussion document over January and February next year, because the submission closing date for that is actually the end of February, and Hannah will be speaking to that.
Thank you. And just to clarify, so there was that late attachment transforming Aotearoa on the resource management piece, so that came out after the agenda was distributed, so that's at the end of the diligent agenda. So that's the RMA piece, which Hannah is going to speak to. And then just on the, as Justine said, on the waters piece, there's the submission and also discussion around community engagement approach, so those recommendations. And Andrew or Stephen will kind of speak to this, but just the dates in the recommendation around the community engagement. We've got some more updated dates, so that will, we're just going to change. There'll be some wording changes in terms of the recommendation around ENF in the recommendations. And also at the end of the agenda, there's the additional staff recommendations as well as the additional late attachment relating to that transforming Aotearoa. So what we would like to do is to have Andrew and Stephen introduce the waters piece and have the questions, debate and motions on that first, and then Hannah speak to the resource management piece and have the questions, debate, motions considered for that piece as well. If there's any more generic things, then we can kind of deal with that as they come up, if that's okay.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. With that being said, we'll hand over to Stephen and Andrew.
And so, Andrew, you were out when Councillor Bunting asked a question. I'll just put it to you, you weave it into your information where it fits. Councillor Bunting was interested in the letter that we sent to central government and what kind of response or reaction that has achieved. And I have said that we never got a one-page letter back with X, Y, Z on it, but we have had response. You might want to talk to that within your...
Sure, I could deal with that right now up front
Sure.
if you wish. So I'm not aware of a written response to the letter, but what we're wanting to do as staff over the next couple of months is go through the disclosure draft, which has been made publicly available, because at first glance it looks like there have been adjustments in the drafting of the legislation to pick up on some of the matters that the city had raised in its submission. So that's going to take some time because that disclosure draft is only out and it's fairly heavy going. But first glance is it looks like it's had an impact, but in terms of the strict question is have we had a response? No, not aware of a written response.
Right, yeah, so I mean, it may seem light-hearted, the question, but it is, we had an agonising time over the whole thing.
Yes.
So I'm very keen to know if they have read our Sternly Wood letter and what their specific response was. So I'd be really keen to find that out, because otherwise, why bother?
Yeah, so I agree. So we can find out as the analysis gets done of the exposure draft, we can pick out things from the letter that have in fact been responded to.
Yeah.
So that you know that there has been an influence, and James and I will follow up at the political wing.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to ask of that.
Of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't think going through the exposure draft you'll be able to make an attribution to changes directly to Hamilton City, but we will be able to make an attribution to the matters raised in our submission and then trace that through. So we do intend to do that piece of work and come back, but there has not been a written response from government to the letter.
Yeah, okay.
And my understanding for that is, from what they're saying, is they are waiting for this next period of work to be done, plus the working party, so they're not actually responding to anybody at the moment.
Yeah, well, this is, I'm trying to kind of hold their head to the wheel a little bit harder in this one because, you know, we are seeing more and more indications that, and one of the big things we're going to get into here is how we consult next time. So are we just putting bad money after good? And so I really am quite hot on the fact that, you know, a response would be nice.
Let's try and hold the debate part of it, but yeah. So further question, Mark?
No, thanks, that's all I've got at the moment.
Question, Deputy Mayor Taylor?
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Although it might be something you guys were going to get to anyway, it was really in regards to, there's been some changes in terms of the dates for Three Waters, delays, and I'm trying to get a feel about when we may expect select committee hearings to take place.
I'll cover that when I introduce the item, if that's okay.
Thanks.
And Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, maybe my question might also get covered then, and my question just follows on from the Deputy Mayor in terms of whether you've got any knowledge of, over the last week, the government have delayed the reading of the bill, and in this morning's Herald there is an article on the government seeking cross-party support for the Three Waters. And perhaps is that an indication that the government's mind is perhaps being influenced by the feedback that they've got, and maybe other factors suggesting that they perhaps need to pause and listen.
So if with the leave of the chair, I'll introduce the report, and then there may be some questions. So we have a team here to answer different aspects of it. I also wanted to acknowledge Lynn Taylor, who's online. So Lynn Taylor is an executive director from PricewaterhouseCoopers, and she's provided some assistance with us in pulling together the submission on the regulation. So I won't call on her to speak, but depending on the nature of the questions, Lynn is available to assist with clarification and answers.
So will you cover off my questions in terms of that presentation?
Yes, I will. And then if I haven't, you can push me further if you feel I haven't done a good enough job.
Thanks.
So first and foremost, so the government has put pause on the on the legislation. And so unfortunately, given the timeframes for this report, some of the dates in the resolution are no longer fit for purpose. So I've provided an updated resolution E and F, which is on page 339 in Diligent, to Tyler, who can bring those up on the screen at the appropriate time. But essentially, I think people were expecting the draft bill to be presented in Parliament last week. That did not happen. The bill was instead published on the DIA website as a disclosure draft. There has not been a detailed program around what happens next year, other than there is the output from the governance working group at the end of February that will go back to the minister. So that working group is a ministerial appointed working group. It's not a DIA appointed working group. So their recommendations around governance will go back to the minister around the 28th of February. Then that will be reconsidered in the context of the current disclosure draft of the bill. The timelines beyond that are uncertain at this stage and have not been published, but I think it's highly unlikely you're going to see the draft bill presented in Parliament in Q1 next year. It'll be later than that. So there's time now to work through some of the matters, and I've amended these resolutions E and F just to simply take out those dates, because to put any dates in terms of next steps would be just guessing on our part until the government discloses its timeline. The key matters in this report, though, is a submission on the economic regulation. So that's agnostic of the reform. So there were always two pieces of regulation that were proposed. So one was Te Mata Arawai, and that deals with drinking water and to a certain extent environmental. Te Mata Arawai, that process is complete and it now exists. There was always a second limb to the regulation, and that was what is now being called economic regulation and consumer protection. And submissions have been called on a draft of that regulation framework, and the draft submissions attached to this report. We did circulate it to elected members a number of weeks ago, but have not received any comments. So the version attached to this report is the version that was distributed a few weeks ago. That submission is due
20th.
On the 20th, which is imminently. The other matter in the report is just seeking your direction on consultation with the community. So there's some options that we've set out in the report. This is not to necessarily get into the detail of that consultation. What it would be useful to have from a staff perspective is your direction on the level of consultation you would like when the draft bill comes out, so we can go away over January and then establish the necessary resources to put that consultation framework in place and come back to you with the detail of a consultation proposal based on your instruction today.
Okay.
So I'm happy to pause there, and Stephen, is there anything else you wish to add and take questions?
Just one point I'd like to ask, apropos of Mark, your question about the letter, just to remind everybody that our letter expressly stated disappointment that a bill might be passed before the working group had any chance to look at the recommendations from councils, and so I think the fact that the bill's been delayed shows that we were able to at least influence that decision, because that's exactly, it's a small win. It's just one of the small wins, but it means that we are now. Pardon?
Don't even know if they got the letter.
No, we did.
Oh, I see, I hope.
Yeah, no, they got the letter. But what I'm saying is, at least what we asked for, which is that it would be delayed so the working party could do a genuine job, is at least that much has been achieved. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, just a question on consultation, which of course is how this report was framed and may not be perhaps quite as relevant for today as it would have been when you drafted the report. I note that Auckland Council are already going through a consultation process, and I think their consultation on the Three Waters reform closes on the 19th of December. There's some particularly good questions that they're asking their residents on the waters reform, and I'm just wondering to what extent why perhaps we might want to delay our consultation process now, why we perhaps don't get it underway, and whether or not, if you're already aware of the Auckland questions, whether or not they should be considered for inclusion.
So I'm going to refer to Nigel Ward, but I might suggest you take a microphone, Nigel.
The Auckland consultation, if it's the one I think you're referring to, basically only poses a couple of questions, and it's heavily focused on the governance and accountability aspects of the proposal. They're really only seeking to inform their view for their submission on those aspects of it to the working party.
Doesn't it also cover the model? Because I understood that they were particularly precious to keep their existing model rather than the model that had previously been advocated by the Minister?
What I've seen so far is only 2 questions
Only
related
those
to that
governance,
aspect of it, yeah.
Okay.
Unless there's another one running, that's the only one I'm aware of.
All right.
No, there are just the 2 questions, but there was a media release that went with it that sets out some of those things that you're talking about. I only just got this in my hands this morning, so. So they've got a list of what they support and what they have concerns with.
So my next question then is, do we, given what was drafted in the report, a couple of weeks ago and what's happened over the last week, have we currently thinking around a timetable to consult? And the reason I ask the question is I think that there is a real desire in our community for our community to respond back on what. And again, I guess we're guessing because we're thinking the model that's already been advocated is the model that the government still thinks they're going to advance, and yet the pull back by government over the last week might be an indicator that they might be rethinking the model. I'm not really asking the question that clearly, but I guess I'm trying to make sure that we're ahead of the game in terms of having the information so that if the government does fast forward a bill, we're able to take some good evidence from our community to the select committee process.
I think the awkward thing is that until the draft bill is tabled, we don't know what's in that document. We have a draft exposure bill, but that document is subject to change, as the Minister has signalled. And the draft bill that's presented to government will be the document that the select committee is consulting on. So I think from a consultation perspective, we run a risk of consulting on a document which isn't final, then having to go to try to inform and consult and advise our community how they can submit on a subsequent document, which may be different. I think it creates the opportunity for confusion, whereas the select committee timings should provide us the ability to do both if we prepare ahead of time, which I think largely we can do.
So in other words, we just really need to be ready to go. As soon as we get that draft bill, we need to be ready to have our questions and get out into the marketplace and consult.
Yes, we could prepare a lot of the collateral around the consultation prior to seeing the final bill, but having the final bill would avoid potential confusion in the community.
Agreed. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Just a question on the consultation then. If we wait, so if we're consulting on a draft bill, to what extent does that restrict what our public can effectively submit on? Because if we're asking them to submit on the confines of the 4-entity model, for example, and the select committee is only going to be interested in submissions on that, presumably, or, aren't we restricting our public and what they can submit on if we're waiting till the draft bill?
I don't think so. I think if we enable the questions in a format that allows free expression on other aspects of the reform or views on other aspects of the reform. The consultation options that we choose will allow the community to say, or give as much flexibility as we wish. The select committee process, people will be able to give their views to the select committee in whatever form they wish.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Van Oosten?
Oh, I thought I was next.
Oh, were you? Sorry. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you. So in which case, why don't we just do it earlier? If one point we're saying, let's wait until we find out what's absolutely on the table, but they'll listen to other recommendations. Why don't we send out a minimalistic question and get as many ideas as we can?
The issue with going early without the full information is that I think we should be advising our community of options to give feedback to the decision maker, and in this instance the decision maker is government. So going out early or separate to the government's timeline means that we are trying to advise the community perhaps 3 separate times of feedback that we're seeking, either to inform council's view on its own submission or to inform the select committee, or to inform council of the views on the select committee process. So I think it's a more effective use of resource and less confusing if we were to bundle it together to inform and seek feedback at the same time and avoid any misconceptions.
Right. Is it, to your mind, having seen what we've seen already, for example, the minister coming out and saying, well, some councils didn't even consult beforehand in her vernacular, that may happen again if we leave this too late?
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the minister's statement.
How confident are you that they're actually going to listen to consultation anyway?
I can't have a view on that. I can only have a view on we will consult. I don't know what the government's approach
I guess I'm worried about the risk of our timing. If we go in with a full-blown thing.
And I think bring that into the debate, because you raised some good points, but unless you want...
Yeah, no, okay.
What is the actual
my
question
worry,
that you're asking?
My worry is that this may be, and thanks for indulging me, but what I'm trying to get across is this may be our opportunity to go out for consultation, and what we've seen so far is all of a sudden slam, something comes in very fast, and we get told, well, you had your chance. So I'm worried that we're not taking this chance.
So staff, is it a choice, because I note that Auckland has gone for consultation, albeit on limited matters as from today. By the way, they did have a whole lead up of webinars and other ground work, which I think is pretty important. I want to ask about that. But could we go out with something early if we chose to? And what are the concerns you would have with that, if you have any?
Well, that would be obviously a choice for elected members to go earlier. I just think the timing would be better if we had the full information. The January period is not a great time to consult in terms of our community. They have other things on their mind, quite naturally. Auckland are not doing a full consultation, and the one that they've got closing on the 19th, it is only on 2 relatively small aspects of the wider reform package. I think the select committee process, as indicated by government, would provide sufficient time for us to consult in that window when it's available, and all information from government suggests that is the period for public consultation. So at the end of the day, though, we'll run with whatever options you prefer.
Okay. Mark, we'll come back to that if it's not. Sort of go through the questions and see where it goes.
Nigel, are you comfortable with the dates that are in E, recommendation E?
Because no, not given the new information from government, no. Yeah. That they were very tight and difficult timeframes, but we thought that we would be forced into that. We now have the opportunity to take the time to do it perhaps better.
Okay, so we've amended E and F, and they're on the screen behind you. It's just unfortunate that since we wrote the report, the timing of the bill has changed, and there's no replacement timeframe.
But what you're saying is we get all the, after Councillor Taylor and Councillor Bunting's questions, that we'll get all the preamble stuff prepared, all ready to go. When we find out the more clarity around when the bill goes into Parliament, then we can tickle that up, push the button, and away we go.
Correct.
Correct. Right. Yeah, I guess my only question was around the risk of that, but I think I'm getting a clearer picture now, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. My concern during the earlier part of the process has been a level of understanding from the public, and that has been quite low. Engagement in general has been quite low in the general public, and that the government had put together a rather simplistic cartoon type of advertisement, really. And so how might our consultation be used to myth-bust some of the misconceptions that people had around that, and educate them about in different aspects of the bill, and then seek feedback once their level of understanding is a bit more clarified.
I think the timing that we now have available through the delay in the introduction of the legislation will allow us to develop more informed material to perhaps come ahead of any formal consultation period. And I see the consultation itself as an opportunity to inform as well, because at the end of the day, the opportunity for our community is to also submit to central government.
And do we know anything of government's plan in terms of communications regarding the next steps, or indeed myth-busting some of these other aspects as well?
With the delay, there's a lot now we don't know. We're waiting for collateral from the government around the restated timeframes. Their program has been delayed essentially, so I can't answer the question because we just haven't seen that updated program. I'd like to think we would see something through January, which we can obviously share, but in the meantime we just don't know when this is going to come up. My personal view is I think it's unlikely the bill's going to be presented till around Q2 next year.
Okay, and so you talk about an opportunity for the public to be able to submit to us. Is there also then the chance for that same submission to be duplicated to the select committee process?
Absolutely.
At the same time?
Absolutely. The consultation the city does or undertakes with its community would not diminish that community's right to make any submission to the select committee itself directly.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Any further questions? No. I have one myself. Just in terms of laying the foundations for people to be able to make their best decisions and their best feedback. I did like the idea that the webinar idea that Auckland had, where they had a number of webinars that people could opt into. I do like the idea of citizen panels. I do want to hear, I want the voice of people like Infrastructure New Zealand more highly heard, etc. So is there anything we can do in that space? I know everyone's going on holiday next week and everyone's pretty tired at the end of this long year, but is there anything we can really get cracking on mid-late January to start underpinning the later process of consultation? Because I think Maxine's right, there's a variety of knowledge, there's different levels of knowledge, and not everybody is yet well informed, because that's been part of the whole dilemma, nothing clear from government, right? So what would you do? What would you do to start tackling that?
So today we were seeking direction on the level of the approach to consultation. So
Okay, so
we would come back to you with how we would implement, and those are some of the key considerations we would build into that consultation proposal.
So option C gives us the broadest scope, does it, in your opinion?
I think option C would be my recommended approach. I'm looking at Nigel as well, and the reasons for that are perhaps not the same as yours. I mean, option C is an outsourcing option, so it manages workloads also.
Cool.
It doesn't avoid workload for some people, but it certainly minimises workload across the organisation, and it provides a degree of independence as well.
Yeah. Thank you. That's my questions. I'll move. Are we doing motions now? Did you want to do them as you went, Sean?
Well, yes, so in terms of the waters item, so the
Yeah, the
motions
waters.
are on screen
Yeah.
now related to that.
So I'm happy to move that.
So there is.
C. Option C.
So,
if there's a seconder.
so that, sorry, if I may, the resolutions relating to water are 7B and C, which is about the regulation.
Yeah. Which we
And
haven't
then,
spoken much
and also D with the choice and E and F. So it's all of the resolution block relates to this particular item.
Yeah, I knew that, and I'm moving that. We've just had more more debate and discussion on the
Sure.
consultation than actually on the submission.
Yes.
But we, of course, can I see the top of it, please, or not? We haven't really discussed the submission, have we? But is that, so I do want to just pause before I don't want to jam anything through. Are there any questions on that part? I'm actually really comfortable with where the staff have done, so I have no questions myself. I've had lots of opportunities to chat with the team. Any questions on that? On,
Mayor Paula?
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
If we did adopt option C, where we're going to not, as I see it, we're going to do a community consultation, but also a representative sample of Hamiltonians, which I take it as some form of targeted consultation with a group. How much more weight? Is there a risk that we may put more weight on the targeted group rather than the representative group, rather than a fully representative group? And I ask that question because despite some comments and questions today, I think that Hamiltonians know a lot more about the water reforms than what we give them credit for.
I'm looking at Nigel, who's been distracted. So
Sorry. At the end of the day, Councillor Pascoe, that's up to elected members that look at it, the information. You have the wider community one, but also for further information and supporting that, have a demographically robust sample from our citizen panel.
So you're confident you will be able to separate those out?
They would be two separate.
In terms of the report, so that we get an opportunity to re-weight what your thoughts might be in terms of a staff recommendation when the report comes back?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah. So, so we're all aware that the submission is on the economic regulation part, right? Okay. So you must have done good work there, team, because nobody has any questions, or otherwise they're coming at you in debate, either or.
Sorry, the policy, the consultation is on the economic regulation.
Yeah, that's part of this resolution.
Yeah, so you just did.
We've got a submission here that we're approving. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what that's on, because we haven't spoken much about it, and this is so important. I could go into debate right now, but I just don't want to then get halfway through debate, somebody could go, oh, you know, so.
Understandably, my question was about the entity, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not the economic regulation.
Yeah, so this is about, so that's why I was just making that clarity. No disrespect.
Got me confused.
Okay, all right, excellent. So let's go into the debate then. I'm the mover, I guess. So I just want to commend staff on the submission on the economic regulation part of it. Very robust analysis and consideration. And really, we have to make our best effort at submitting to government to shape every aspect that we possibly can around the future of water services delivery in New Zealand. And so I'm happy with that. In terms of consultation, I'm just getting it back up in front of me. Two things. I would love to see some effort put into building a foundation for solid debate, not assuming that all parts of the community know as much as each other, as any other part. I do like the idea of an independent, and I know that staff are pretty fried with everything that's going on too, to have some external expertise would be helpful. I actually believe that, I've always said that consultation on this issue is important, so we've got one chance to do it and we've got to do it well, and we've got to empower the community through information sharing and opportunities. I want to encourage the public not only to submit to this council because we aren't the ultimate decision makers, but we can influence. I want them to submit to government directly. The other thing I want is to hear from organisations that I've had conversations with, but I want them to bring their views out into the open, and that includes Infrastructure New Zealand, Property Council, and many others besides. I want to hear from them what they're thinking. I like the idea of having some citizen panels. I like the robustness of the statistics that you're going to apply to this, so it will be statistically significant. I like the idea of people being able to debate this very complex issue and shape their proposals. So, look, it's not, none of this has been ideal. The timing is better that we're not having to burden people with something really heavy just before Christmas, which would be very unfortunate. But, I don't think we should become too complacent about consultation because we're still, I feel, going to be compressed. And that's unfortunate, but that's got to do with the way the government is running their timetable. Not us, but we should do the very best we can within the time we're given, in my view. I value community participation in all matters, and I value it in this. But to get that really good engagement, public need to be informed. That's me. Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in debate? Or am I here? Oh, Councillor Pascoe, thank you.
Yeah, look, I welcome this pause by the government, finally pausing to give our community, the team of 5 million that the Prime Minister regularly talks about, an opportunity to participate in this government-driven reform. I think up until now, most of us have been sidelined in terms of giving information back to government on what we would like in the waters reform. I think many of us accept that some form of reform is needed, but the way that it's been handled thus far has been very, very poor. I reiterate my earlier comment. I think our community, many members of our community are well aware of the Three Waters reform. They understand the philosophical, they understand philosophically, they understand the delivery of the outcomes and the financial aspects of this reform. And I think up until now, government have shown very much a closed door approach to listening to any of this. And I think they haven't listened particularly well to us either, members of the sector. And I know that this council has a good history in terms of water delivery and in terms of seeking water reform. And that goes back over my entire time that I've been on this council. So this is now an opportunity to get out there and consult. And I think it should be better than Auckland's, because Auckland started their consultation on December the 1st and closes on the 19th. That's a little bit longer than what we gave for our Maori Wood reform in terms of consultation. But let's get out there and ask all the questions that we want and provide sufficient scope for those who are interested in our community to provide some feedback so that we have got evidence that we can produce when we go to, or if we go to the select committee forum. Most private individuals would think twice about ever appearing before a parliamentary select committee, but many will feel a lot more comfortable coming in to submit information to us. And I think we should be providing that opportunity so that we get outcomes that are Hamilton-centric and not necessarily what might be suitable somewhere else in New Zealand, which seems to me at the moment to be where a lot of our legislation and directives from Wellington are being centred around. One broad brush approach is to cover the whole country and not what might be useful and applicable within a set community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you, Paula. Yes, we're in danger of underestimating and overestimating at the moment. Am I on? We can hear you. You can? There we go. We're in danger of underestimating and overestimating at the moment. I think we're in danger of underestimating what the community know and feel about this. A lot of the time with our consultation, we need to go out and introduce the concept as well, and then expect proper feedback based on it. I don't think we need to spend as much time informing the public about this as we're talking about here. There is energy out in the community about this. There are strong opinions about it. We're all hearing what we want to hear about the thing. We need to hear it in a proper format. So I don't think we need to put so much energy and time into informing the public about it. We're also, I think, overestimating the government's willingness to listen to any consultation. We haven't even got a return to sender on our letter. We don't even know if our sternly worded letter got there. Which I'm terribly sorry for sounding glib, but that's bloody rude. To my mind, we should have been stronger, and we should have been down there with the other mayors yesterday at their door, where they can't avoid us. But however, that's water under the bridge, if you pardon the pun. And I think the option that we've got up here is probably the strongest we can get at the moment. So I'm happy to support it, as long as they flippin' well listen to a community this time. Yeah, I'll be happy. So yeah. And I don't want to hear from the government 20 years of underinvestment in water infrastructure isn't good enough, because that seems to be the line we're getting rolled out at the moment. I want genuine consultation from both points, so I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. Just a small point of order, I wasn't going to interrupt your flow. That was National Council, of which I don't sit, that were there yesterday.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
we're National Council and I don't sit on it, just so you know.
No, I was talking about the other mayors who were at there.
But they're part of National Council, therefore I couldn't have been there.
But you could have gone that if we'd supported that as a council, you'd be there.
Yeah, that was my point.
Just saying what that
yes.
was.
So I'm suggesting we should have been on there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We tried to get on National Council, didn't we, at the beginning? Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. I'll be supporting these recommendations today, but with some big reservations, and those reservations come really because of the history of this issue, and in particular the government's history on this issue. Their approach to date has been, particularly with local government, has been less than transparent. In fact, I would say duplicitous, and it leaves me with very little faith in where they're going with this issue. My one hope is that, as Rob suggests, the message may have got through that the bulldozer approach isn't working. I hope he's right. But the appearance of those 20-odd mayors in Wellington may have reinforced things, and the fact that that group is setting up a fighting fund and seeking alternative views from some very good experts on alternative options that can be put to the government. And there's also 3 district councils involved in legal action. I wish this council had been supporting those moves. Some of us around the table lost that particular vote. this council has taken a far more cautious, qualified approach to its opposition. And it's no secret that I don't agree with that. And I think we should have also consulted with the 8 weeks that we did have in August, September. I think we decided, along with a lot of councils, to conduct this in-house with the government, and I think we sidelined our residents there. It's still my big fear that by the time we do go out to consult with the public, it'll be a done deal, and it will effectively be meaningless. But despite that, I will support the maximum consultation option today, and we just absolutely have to try. And I also will support the bill, the submission on the regulator. I think that's absolutely essential, because we're going to need this body to somehow control the beast that is going to be unleashed, or the four beasts in this case. So I'm highly supportive of that very good submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I'm going to start by saying I fully support the submission regarding the regulator. And I thank the staff for the significant work that would have needed to be done to make the submission, which I fully agree with. Irrespective of how this Three Waters unfolds, the reality is the government is driven to produce an outcome, and we need a regulatory framework to protect all those who are going to be affected by it. So I'm very supportive of that, and I thank staff. In regards to an opportunity to consult with our residents, I think we embrace that wholeheartedly. I think we've all said that that was absolutely needed. I am mindful, however, some will be disappointed when they tell us how uncomfortable they are with the broader Three Waters, and particularly the governance structure, and particularly the operating model, that they may not see anything change. And of course, they will feel frustrated by that. But let's hope that I'm absolutely wrong. I have to say, I think the government has shown scant regard for really what our individual communities have expressed over Three Waters. And I see interesting data today on a national poll that shows that less than 25% of the population supports Three Waters, and nearly 50% say it's ridiculous, and 25% don't know. So I'm wondering if the government, I don't know what the other 25% are thinking, but it's clearly that, you know, the worm is turning. I'm also reminded that with the new National Party's leadership, there's a very clear and articulated message, and I think that's also getting the attention of the government. So fully support the submission we're going to make. And I look forward to a robust engagement process, and I'm sure hearings and engagement may have a role in that, and I look forward to whatever that looks like.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think I have a different view to some of the previous speakers about the response of government in the progress of this bill, and that I take it the pause at this stage of introducing the bill to the House as an acknowledgement that there is the need for some time to allow the working group to form up and to be able to begin their work, to be able to allow time for a good, robust process of consideration through a select committee, coming into a time where the public have the capacity to be able to take part in that process. If that were to happen during January, February, then that would be a little unreasonable. And so delaying that further into potentially the second quarter of 2022 allows for a much more robust process. And I think that that is acknowledgement that that's good process. A big part of our submission to central government was the voice of our community. And so in terms of having the opportunity to consult with our community, I wholly support that. And that we do that in a full way is really helpful, I think. I don't agree that our public have a high understanding of the complexities of what's being proposed. And I think giving them the opportunity to understand fully Council's position, to understand clearly where government want to take it, is really a fundamental for us to be able to do in this process. That we use every opportunity available to be able to educate and bring up to speed our public on the clear understandings of what will be the implications, not what might happen, not what people fear behind the scenes, but the realities. And I think that that's our job, to be able to do that and to enable those submitters to get it to us and to government is a really important function that we can perform easily. So having that voice is really critical. I think also in terms of the regulator, it's important that we be able to support protections for our community through that process as well. And I thank the staff for the excellent work that they've done in that submission and fully support that also. So I look forward to January, February, where we'll be able to have a look at what that consultation process might look like and the timeframes around it, and commit to fully participate in that process myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to debate before I reply? No? Thank you. I've listened with interest to the comments of my colleagues. I support, and we're all talking from the same song street here, we want to give people as much opportunity to engage with us as possible. We want to do that at a local level and encourage them to do it at a national level also. Those who will, to speak up at a national level where the decision makers sit. There are 67 councils around New Zealand, and I'm personally glad we did not use ratepayers' money to fund just 20 and surrender our own opportunity to determine what is right for Hamilton and the Central North Island, not Westport, Hamilton. And so I'm quite pleased that we are here working cross boundaries with Auckland, with Tauranga, with Rotorua, with Future Proof, and we're talking to them about alternative arrangements ourselves. We're considering what is right for Hamilton. But in terms of the rest of it, we are hearing a lot of commentary, and a lot of it's captured on social media. There's a couple of problems with that. One of them is it's not formal feedback, so so somebody says some commentary on social media, but it's not counted in any form. It doesn't come into the chamber when we make our decisions. It's just conversation going on in the community. And I do want to encourage people to participate in any formal opportunities to engage with us. Also, not everything we're reading on social media is well informed. And we can't blame them for that. It's because of the information. We know we've gone on and on about this, that DIA did not do a good job with their public information campaign. We've tried our very best to share information. However, it is complex. It's exceedingly complex. It's not a 2-minute read. It's not even a 22-minute read. It's a long study and a long understanding. But I do think, despite that, we have to try our very best to make sure that people have some knowledge, some information that's relevant before we go into any kind of survey or response. That's why I do like option C, because it enables us to dive in with people into representative groups and see what they really think. But I don't want to stop the wider public having their say either, so I'm expecting it to be both broad and focused in equal measure. Because, Hamilton Council is a democracy and we do have to listen to public voice. But I'd rather listen to informed opinion than just opinion. And we've got to help people to be able to do that, bring informed opinion to the table. We'll go to the vote. Thank you. Hands. All those in favour, raise your hand. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thanks, councillors, and thanks for the... Sean, just let me know, how long do you think this one will go? Because I'm just wary that it is 1:30. 5 minutes. Brilliant. So we are hoping to go to lunch at 22, more or less.
That's what you said about waters.
I know we had a lovely morning tea, but it is still quite late for lunch.
Good afternoon, councillors. In the interest of time, I will keep this brief. So in terms of updates on the RMA reform, there's been some progress since the last council meeting. As you'll be aware, council's provided a submission on the NBA exposure draft. We subsequently presented on that to Select Committee, and they have released their report on decisions after that consultation, which is to proceed with the bill largely unchanged as drafted, with some small amendments. Some of those took into account some of our submission points, so that was more emphasis on the built environment, more clarity on the priority of environmental limits, and some other quite technical matters. What has happened is Government has also released a discussion document on the future of the resource management system as a whole. It's seeking feedback from local government and other partners on this, and that's due by the 28th of February 2022. So the main detail from this document is outlined in the paper that you've got today. It does include a lot of information that hasn't been previously publicly available. So there's more detail on how the new acts will work together, and more importantly, the role and function of local government in the new resource management system. The government's also quite clear that the feedback that we provide will be used to inform ministerial decisions on the final draft of the NBA and the SPA bills. The document itself, it presents over 30 questions, very broad-ranging topics for us to provide feedback on. Just really quickly, a couple of the key aspects that are raised in the document is the new proposal for sub-regional natural built environment plans. Initially, they were going to be one per region. We've provided feedback along with some other Tier 1 growth councils that there needs to be some kind of carve-out for those unique issues within regions, so that seems to be being considered. However, Strategic Planning Act, they're still proposing there'll be a single regional spatial strategy for each region prepared by a joint committee. What hasn't been decided is how those will be implemented and how that affects decision making at a local government level, including funding decisions and whether we're obliged to give effect to those through our investment decisions or whether they are to guide what we decide. So there's a real opportunity there, staff feel, to provide some feedback on how we think that should progress. In terms of the other roles of local government in the new system, there's a real emphasis on local government being the connector to the community, providing that community voice and to support community engagement. They also see that local government has an important role in creating place-shaping documents, so more local kind of area, local plans that would then feed up into the wider spatial strategies. There's an opportunity for us to put our names forward to be part of a model project, which is one region partnering with government to develop a sample regional spatial strategy and an NBA plan. There's limited detail on how that would progress, but it's likely that that would be relatively labour intensive alongside all of the other changes and things that we're dealing with in the current RM system as well, but something to consider. And lastly, the document actually asks some very detailed questions about funding of local government into the future, not limited to just resource management delivery of plans. So there's an opportunity there for us to do some thinking around that too. So you can see there are some overlaps with what are potentially the future for local government review that's also going on. But today you'll see that we're actually putting up an additional recommendation, given the importance and wide-ranging of this document. We're seeking for the Chair and Deputy Chair of the District Plan Committee to be given delegated authority to work with staff to develop the submission. Given the timeframes over this holiday period, we really want to get on and start looking at what that might include so that we're ready to come back, and we're recommending it comes back to the Infrastructure Ops Committee on the 24th of February, given its date close to the 28th of February, which is the final date for submissions. So that's a really quick overview of what's been happening in that space, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Paula, where's the recommendation for this?
So they came out on diligent, in your diligent packets towards the back, it's the second to last item. So because the new information was, so the item 15 late attachment transforming Aotearoa New Zealand, and then the recommendations relating to that are at the end of the pack.
Thanks.
Really keen on this RMA stuff, and I've been asserting some influence in Wellington. I just wonder if there's any ability. I know you want to keep it small and agile because we discussed it this other day. Is there any reason why I can't be involved in A?
No.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Can I be added to that then,
Absolutely.
please? I also did pop up the other day as a suggestion that because Councillor Wilson, although he made a joke about it, but I'm sure he'll be interested, is a certificated resource consent commissioner, and the only one with the active ticket, and Mark's on his way, could add value too, because he's had very recent and in-depth look at RMA doing his commissioner's ticket. I don't know how you feel about that, Councillor Wilson.
I'd be very happy to help in any way I could.
So then that would just, it swells the numbers a little bit, but it's still small enough to be nimble, I think. Yeah? Yeah. Okay.
It's no issue, it's whatever motion you want to put up,
Okay.
but there was no issue from a staff point of view.
Yeah, I know it was spoken to that it should be nimble and small because, timetable becomes, I get all that, but hopefully we'll be cracking on.
When's their first meeting? The 1st of January. You did say the holiday period.
I'm back on it.
Next week. Next week.
Yeah.
We've got a staff one next week, but we
Okay.
can organise them in the new year
Okay.
with elected members.
Okay, cool.
Oh, he's in.
All right, excellent. Any questions or debate? Because otherwise I'll move. If somebody else would second, Deputy Mayor Taylor will second. Any debate? Don't need to debate it, really. Although I will say just one thing in debate. If people think we've had a lot of work coming at us, they have not seen what the Resource Management Act's going to bring our way. And this is resource hungry for staff, resource hungry for councillors. It's just a huge agenda of change right now, like we've never seen. In my some of us have been around for nearly 21 years in local government. I've never seen as much change be pushed through one term of politics as I have in this one. All right, all in favour? Thank you. Did you get that,
The
Amy?
motion is carried unanimously.
Just before you go for lunch, can we just get rid of 16, which is a draft schedule of reports for councillors? Kind of a machine. Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Moved and seconded. One quick. Oh, must you?
Oh, I know. Stand between you and your lunch. It was just with regard to the timings of the Finance Committee. Chair Rob raised the issue last year at our first meeting that we had reports that were 3 months old and wondered if there was the opportunity to have those a little more current.
I think there's been some discussion with Tracy around this, and I think it's been dealt with. I don't have the specifics, but
Quite true. We did
Yep.
discuss it. And we felt that it was far too tricky to change this particular meeting and that we would have to live with it. But Tracy has assured me that she will have some up-to-date verbal figures at the meeting, yeah. I think that's where we landed.
Issue resolved, I feel.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favour who are left in the room?
It's only that one meeting.
Yeah, it is just that.
Dave, since you moved it? Oh, he is in
It's
favour.
because finance
I can tell.
tends to.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we are. No, I'm not going to keep them. I'm not
I think we did.
Councillors, we will be back in 40 minutes, which is 20 past 2. That's what we do, isn't it? 40 minutes? 45 minutes. We'll be back at 25 past. quorum, do we?
Yeah.
We do have a quorum, that's great. So we're going to go now on to item 17, the recommendations from open committee meetings. So there are all there, Economic Development Committee, Councillor Hamilton. If you need to.
Or would you like me to say just do it?
Just move it.
Do you want to move it then?
You're happy to move it, yeah.
Move it, seconded by Councillor Wilson, because he's the deputy. Any questions? All in favour, opposed?
Except to say that it's a thoroughly excellent proposal.
There you go. Excellent, thank you. Community Committee, Councillor Bunting's not here, so I can't remember who the deputy is. Who's deputy of Kesh? She's not here. Okay, well, I'll talk to it. There's nothing to talk to.
Sorry, just excuse me. Where's the Waialiri Drive?
It's coming up late.
Infrastructure ops. We haven't got to it yet, done.
That's on D, isn't it?
Next one down.
7th of December, halfway down the second page.
Yeah, we're just on community. We're on B, which is Community Committee. I was waiting for Bunty, but now he's here. Moved, seconded.
Page 395.
I'll second. Any conversation about the Community Committee? If not, it's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favour, please raise your hands. Are you in favour, Rob? Thank you. All in favour, opposed, carried.
For Well Networks.
C is the Environment Committee. Councillor Gallagher.
Councillor Thompson is seconding it.
She's not there though.
Are you there, Sarah? Yeah. Can you, second to Councillor Van Oosten.
Yeah. Any comments, questions? All in favour? Say aye.
Item C5.
No?
No.
These are the recommendations from open committee
It's
meetings.
getting very confused. Okay.
Okay, so, and now we're on to infrastructure ops, which includes the Waialiri Drive proposal to lower the speed limit.
Yes.
Can I ask a question about
Yes.
these recommendations? This appears to be the one that was lost.
I did wonder about that.
Much as I would have liked this to have passed, it's not what was passed.
Can you check that, please? Right, let's leave that one there for a second. Let's do finance district plan while we just check that we've got all our detail
It would have been
correct.
passed if Sarah and Matt Bunty had voted the way they said they were going to in their speeches.
Can you check that detail, please, staff? We'll go to E. We'll go to E, councillors, because we do want to move through. It's a beef. E, which is Finance Committee, Councillor Pascoe. So move seconded, Councillor Van Oosten. Any questions on the Finance Committee? All in favour, please raise your hand. Oh, come on, team, you've got to raise your hand.
Hands up, boys.
Ryan. Thank you. Opposed, carried. Now, right, it'll be on the ball for this one. District Plan
He's getting
Committee.
like Hennebury, you have to...
District Plan Committee, Councillor Ryan Hamilton.
Solid. Yep, move it.
Moved it, seconded by you? Oh, Jeff. All in favour raise your hands. Opposed? Carried. Which brings us back to Infra Ops.
No, there's another one, Paul, on the next page.
Is there? Sorry, all right, we'll go to the next page. Which one?
Infrastructure operations.
Yeah.
There were 5 votes in favour, I can even tell you who they were, and it got lost. It was myself, Rob, Maxine, Ryan and Martin.
Okay, but we haven't got
No,
the results
Martin, we checked with Amy afterwards, Martin was recorded in favour of it.
So councillors, that has been included in ERA.
Sorry?
That infrastructure operations recommendation has been included in ERA.
I can't, I'm not hearing you, Becca. Included in what?
In error. Error, by mistake.
No, it doesn't need to be here at all.
Well, hang on, we were,
The one that needs to be here is the Hamilton Traffic Bylaw 2015 review. That one is that the council approves option 1 of the staff report, adopts the proposed Hamilton traffic bylaw.
Sorry, shut up, you two. I'm not hearing that, Amy.
So the bylaw
Yeah.
was meant to be in there and is. The error is the Wairere Drive. That matter was not a recommendation to the council. That one was a copy of the staff recommendation report, which was not resolved. Therefore, it is an error that is included in the agenda.
Some councillors are in trouble with some of their backers because they don't have the opportunity to change their vote.
Which is wonderful and proper due process.
It is the process.
Okay, so given that I thought it was coming up here.
I'm just about to ask, when will it come up? When does it?
No, it doesn't unless you do a recommittal. So I'm just asking for advice on what the procedure is for that, if I could have that, please, Becca. Especially given that I would have started that a few days ago, had I had that opportunity.
Because I wasn't at that meeting, I'm not familiar with what has happened, so I just need some time to go back and look at the minutes and the report just to make sure that the process is correct. So can we just come back to that one?
Yeah, let's leave that.
Yeah, if we could, that would be great.
And if the process is correct, then we need to know what, I think Dave's asking, what is the process to change that? I suppose it's a revocation, but we'll do it after.
I guess that's what I'm guessing it is, but
So we'll come up back after public excluded and have a think about that.
Your Worship, on a procedural matter, it would be more than just revocation, because the fact that under the delegations, that committee had the right to make the decision, you would have to change the terms of reference, and then you would have to raise it as a new item, and you'd have to get 75% in the House to re-put it.
So,
I believe the council is an overriding committee of any body of any committee and can itself make the change.
okay, staff have heard that, so we need that clarity about what is available to us. I don't want to get into, councillors, let's not argue about it now. Let's get some advice, and then we'll know what footing we're on. I'll come back to it a bit
Might
later.
need to get legal advice.
Mayor Paula, can you just check that wasn't in public excluded?
Becca's looking into
No,
it now, and
public.
I'm confident
It
that we'll
wasn't
be able
public.
to deal with it shortly.
I thought it was in public excluded.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
So, that's all of the recommendations from open committee, except the one we haven't quite just resolved. Hang on, there's one that we didn't do, which is on page 396, councillors, which relates to financial performance and strategy report from the Finance Committee of the 14th of December. I know. So did we do this one on the page 369? Because Lance was saying to me it was an additional one. We did it.
We've done that one. Yeah, we haven't done that.
All right, just making sure we've done all we've got to do.
Oh, you want to do the bylaw one, Amy, is that right?
Oh, fuck him. No, he can hang out with the wind.
So we're going to go into public excluded.
That one there.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll do that bylaw one and we'll come back to the other one. Infrastructure chair is not here. Infrastructure deputy. Sarah, is she here? Sarah, we're just finding out more about the Wairere Road one, but so we're putting that to the side. But would you please move the Hamilton bylaw one?
Yes, happy to. It would have moved the environment one, but the sound wasn't on.
So, okay, thank you. Councillor Bunting seconds. All in favour say, or raise your hand. Yep. Amy, got that? Okay. Now I move that we exclude the public, noting we'll come back to this thing, right? Yeah, we'll come back in, but I don't want to put Scrabble around. Okay, Becca, we're going into public excluded. If we can, excuse me, staff, if we can go on with public excluded, we're moving into that now, and somebody in the background sorts that out would be really excellent.